they come in order, because this is a biblical platform. This is a biblical platform where the Bible reigns supreme. Notably, the King James version. You know that would be the standard. We will accept other versions, but they don't hold as much weight on this platform as the King James version. You so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, man, this is your kosher breakfast. Hop the skillet, come and get it. Sponsored by the Holy Spirit. When you hear it, and the heathen fears it. Because every morning, brothers bring them swords out, let you know what the law about, and turn the clubhouse into the Lord's house. We gonna bring it out. Let's bring it out, y'all. Y'all share the room. Hashtag Bill Cosby. Hashtag Bill Cosby not guilty. If you think he's guilty, you can hashtag Bill Cosby guilty. But I'm going to just hashtag Bill Cosby and breakfast served. Let's talk about it, y'all. Y'all share the room. Share, share, share. Breakfast is served. Kwame Asharala. Hey, make sure y'all share this to your Twitter. Share it to your Facebook. Share it to your back chats. Share it to your WhatsApp. Share, share, share. Ping, ping, ping. Let's talk about it, y'all. We got 18 shares now. Let's get them shares up. I appreciate it, y'all. Share the room. Share, share, share. I want to have this discussion today. Plus, for those of you that know, after the birth of my princess, my days are a little bit more busy until I fully adjust to the new life that's bouncing around the house. Right? The new life that's bouncing around the house until I get used to it. I'll be probably dipping off like around 12 or 1. So I like to get these topics going early. I'd rather, have the room open and, have the brothers hold it down for me. But if not, I probably just close the room like around 12, 12:31. Let's talk about it, y'all. I'm about to ping the article, matter of fact. Let me do that. Let me ping that article right quick. From CNN.com. CNN. Let's see what CNN got to say, y'all. There you go. I'll check it out. Look at that. Jury finds Bill Cosby liable in sexual battery case. So a jury found him liable. I wonder how many Caucasoids was in that jury. But then I did see, a couple of so-called black women, man. They was over there, crying and saying, yeah, Bill Cosby can't get away with what he's done. Looking at these black women like, well, when are you going to hold a so-called white man accountable? Because if we want to talk about rape, good God Almighty, how many rapes have the so-called white man committed against you and your ancestors over the past 400 years? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the rape that your great-great-grandmother had to go through and her daughter. Your great-great-grandmother probably had to watch her daughter be raped. Your great great grandmother probably had to watch her husband be raped. No quaaludes, right? No drugging up. Just straight off the back. Come in, nigga. I do what I want with you. How people just get over that, but then allow, this beast of a system, right? Right? Allow this beast of a system to continually persecute Bill Cosby. When at one time he was known as America's dad. That's how much of a positive image this man had. He was known as America's dad. And then that's when, they definitely said, oh, hell no. How the hell this nigga is going to be America's dad? Like brothers hashtag, in the chat, man, CNN fake news. And Sister Marie, I don't know why they don't leave this man alone. They'll never leave us alone, man. Persecution to the death. Hey, Shalom, Elder Torah in the building. Shalom, Yabashimel Shabakata.
Shalom, shalom, man.
And I see Yeshaya on stage, Yeshaya with the fire. Shalom, King Yabashimel Shabakata.
Shalom, Yabashim Shabrakatah.
Hey, Shalom, Yeshua, Shalom, Elder. Yahweh Shemel Shabbat.
Hey, Shalom, everybody. Yabashim Shabrakatah.
Yabashimel Shabakata. Hey, I see 24 shares now. Let's get these shares up, man. I appreciate it, y'all. Hey, Yeshaya, man, what do you feel about this situation, man?
I'm like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Black man can't get a break, can't catch a break. You know what I'm saying? Black man can't never really just be free. That's how I feel about it, man. Just another way to try to take some dollars out of a black man pocket if he got it. You know what I'm saying? Just more and more bullshit in Babylon, man. That's what I think about it. Yeah, Bill Cosby. Like, look, man, the damn white man, we can't put him on trial for none of his crimes, you know what I'm saying, in the past and how we even got over here to this land. You know what I'm saying? But they still going back giving Germans giving them time and they did the Holocaust like how many years ago? You know what I'm saying? You know, but everything that's done to black people, we can't get no justice for it. Like not in a physical form. You know what I'm saying? So just more BS in Babylon, man. BS in Babylon. That's why brothers
Yeah,
gotta stop dealing with these brothers gotta stop dealing with these Edomites on a sexual level, man. They
Right.
you know what I'm saying, they hate they'll hate you forever. You know what I'm saying, for that.
God, I was about to say that, you know, the black man, we know he can't get a break. Cosby, I'm not a fan of Cosby in a lot of ways. They said he was supposed to buy NBC and it was going after him, but Cosby, like a boule dude, and always talking down on black people, telling them pull up your pants and all of that, which they need to do that. Never saying nothing against the white man. You know what I mean? And then he hung out at the Playboy Mansion. He brought a lot of this on himself. Like you said, you got to separate from them devils. He hung out at the Playboy Mansion with Hugh Hefner and these guys, and was going around dealing with these white women. See what I'm saying? And he got caught up. You can't do the things Hugh Hefner did. You can't drug the women like he did. They let Hugh Hefner get away. They let him die. Nobody brought no charges on him. But Cosby, they was going to go after you. So why is you hanging out with the white man trying to do the things that the devil do? Trying to be like So at the same time, talk down to your people. Always talking down to your people and never saying nothing about the white society and what they're doing, but everything about us. We need to pull up our pants. We need to do this. We need to do that. So, and blacks, we know we got some issues, and we know that, but I just wasn't really too much of a fan of Bill Cosby, to be honest. But at the end of the day, like you said, a black man can't get a break. The overall picture is that the black man is going to be found guilty in the eyesight of America, no matter what they do.
Con, right? Guilty until proven innocent. That's how it works with us. Instead of innocent until proven guilty, we get found guilty until proven innocent. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, Bill Cosby was throwing quaaludes in the pudding, right? Crazy, it's madness, man. When I think about it, because in those type of parties in the Playboy Mansion, that's what they was all doing. They was all doing drugs and fornicating and doing on all those unspeakable, nasty, dirty acts. They was all doing that stuff. So how's Bill Cosby the only one getting pulled up with charges? It's like nowadays these youngins, all they do is rap about sipping codeine. You know what I'm saying? Codeine sipping and popping pills and smoking weed. Imagine, can y'all imagine like 50 years from now, or probably let's say 25 years from now, right? Some white girl bringing up sexual charges on Future, talking about he slipped me Molly and Percocet and took advantage of me. This what this door opens up to. All these so-called celebrity stars, especially these rappers, they think they're gonna have a long, illustrious career, and there might be just some lily white woman who they probably smashed, or probably even just took a picture with. Because who even says Bill Cosby smashed this young woman? Probably just took a picture with her, and she could be like, 25 years ago, when it was 2019 during the quarantine, Future got me to drink some lean, and it was a crime scene. You know what I'm saying? Right. This what this opens the door to.
God.
You so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, y'all gotta wisen up, man, and see the games that they playing. Yo, Charlie Sheen, Rock, and Charlie Sheen, and I must put up that article later on. But Charlie Sheen was going around and purposely infecting women with HIV, not telling them he had HIV, just sleeping with them unprotected, giving them HIV. And not only is his show still on TV, but no charges came against him at all. And this guy is passing around the monster without no regard of human life. But Bill Cosby is the bad guy everybody's after. If y'all don't see what's going on, could y'all imagine 15 years from now, what I'm saying, after Lil Wayne is fully drugged up and he can't even talk to defend himself? Because right now, they put Lil Wayne in those dispositions and he's outsmarting them. If y'all look it up online, check out Lil Wayne and them dispositions. They try to get him, but right now he's too young and he's too intelligent. And when Bill Cosby was young and intelligent, they couldn't touch him neither. But they wait till he's old and his mental health starts deteriorating, and now they attack him. So imagine 15, 20 years from now, Lil Wayne, his mental health starts deteriorating because all the drugs he takes. Imagine some lily white girl out of nowhere saying, uh, Little Wayne told me lick it like a rapper because I want to lick the rapper. And I was so high off of weed, he gave me the gas, and I was only 16. We got to see where this type of thing is going, man. But like Elder Torah and the brother Yeshaya, so intelligently conveyed to everybody, man, we got to stay away from that damn white woman. She is poison, man. Got to stay away from the heathen woman, especially when we build in a nation. I know, yes, in the kingdom we will have concubines and slaves and captives and whatever. But right now we building a nation, man, and all them other nations of women is poison, and they are weapons against us as so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native American men. Because as soon as they feel like they're out of luck and their life means nothing, they can make a false accusation against one of us and then come up. They can make a false accusation against one of us and it could kill hundreds of us, like Tulsa, Oklahoma, like Rosewood. These all happen off of false accusations of a heathen woman. So yeah, let's not even put ourselves in the predicament. And y'all definitely share this room because brothers need to hear this, man. Don't ever put yourself in a predicament where a heathen woman can say you even did anything to her. Don't ever put yourself in that predicament, man. That's not using wisdom, especially in this captivity. If y'all feeling what I'm saying right now, let me get a 333 in the chat. Tree, tree, tree. Let's get that tree, tree, tree in the chat. If y'all get what I'm saying right now, man. Stay away from that heathen woman, man. She's a narrow pit in a deep ditch, man. She's a snare in a trap unto so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. Yes, brethren. Tree, tree, tree. You so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, man, you got to stay away from the 2% milk, man. I mean, I'm lactose intolerant, man. I don't deal with none of that. Yeah, that the 2% milk, guy, you got to stay away from that, man. That'd be 2% milk and 98% devil. That's what that is. I become lactose intolerant when it comes to stuff like that, y'all. And I pray my brothers learn to do the same, Because you got people like OJ that just jump from white woman to white woman to white woman, man. It's like, what in the hell is going on? And I know, our people suffer from the curses, and sometimes brothers' eyes be evil towards their women. And I know that we suffer from poverty, and a lot of our women don't want to talk to you if you ain't got no money. You know what I'm saying? So that be putting like a quote unquote bad taste in a lot of brothers' mouth. That the woman that they, first loved that was of their nation used to try to play them out if they wasn't a baller. And then when they become a baller, now all of a sudden all these white women are on them. It's crazy. So yeah, I see the snares and traps, and how the adversary tries to take full advantage of our curses, but you know we definitely gotta come back to these laws, statutes, and commandments, man. And brothers got different breakdowns on Deuteronomy 7 and 3, but we apply that to all heathen women over here at HOI. We don't deal with them, man. If you have a damn dog, if you have yourself a white woman that's a dog, put her ass on a leash. I don't want to see you walking hand with her. She got to be on a damn leash. And we're saying that I yelled, y'all. And if we could get a reader on stage, that'd be bonus reader to read this article and other articles I have in mind. Right, Kwame Asharala, we still got next, man. Ari, did you want to touch up on this topic?
Salaki, yeah, kind. Yeah, man. America is that hypocritical nation it speaks of in Isaiah 10 and 6, man. You know, it's sad. So is this a new case they're bringing up on him? Or this is from the old one? Is this the same one? Shaw Paul.
Nah, it's a new one.
This a new, oh my God.
The old one they overturned. The old one they found him guilty. Then it got overturned,
Right.
and then they try to bring it up again, and the Supreme Court said, "Now you can't bring it up again after it got overturned." And now all of a sudden, there's a brand new one now.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't even know about this one here. Yeah,
Yeah,
this is madness, man. Yeah, but this is what we're dealing with, right? You can never ever be free in this nation. And this is why we read the scriptures where it talks about how we need to come out of this country, this nation, man. How we can't trust our enemies because they always gonna come for you, right? Um, like Shah Paul was saying, when you're younger, it's harder for them to come for you, and when you got money and you still have your mind together, right? But when you start getting older, you can't make you're not as sharp as you used to. They feel like they can come against everything that you've worked so hard for and take every single thing from you. It is really sad that Bill Cosby has to keep going through all this, but a lot of it is and this is how they are. If they don't see the complete destruction of you, right, they're not going to stop. This is just going to be something they're going to consistently keep hounding on. Because when he came out at first, I was like, I kind of had the feeling that they're going to come for him again, but I was like, well, what are they going to come for now? Right? A lot of all that stuff was, all done with prejudice. So the chances are they're not going to come back for them. But obviously, that's not the case, man. Yeah, this is why we tell our people separate from your enemies, man. Right? Like Shaw Paul was saying, yeah, you might be young. You see an Edomite woman you're messing with. That same Edomite woman, if you become anything in the future, will come back and hunt you, man. Not to say that don't happen within our nation too, because we got wicked sisters too. But we know what the scripture says when it comes to dealing with these other nations. We just got to separate from them, man. It's sad that the brother is going through all that, but Bill Cosby wasn't the best, guy out there. Let's not portray him to be that. You know what I'm saying? He spoke some things that were against his own people. He wasn't always supportive of his own people. So, but at the same time, he's still a man of our nation. And the main thing here is really putting the blame on this wicked kingdom, right? That only, when it comes to them or certain things that they men do, right? They don't pursue them, right? At least not as consistent as they do us. Yeah, because you can see a whole bunch of Edomite men that did evil things even to today is still not being prosecuted for that, right? This nation is very unjust in how they treat our people, so, and again, we can see through history, with the whole crack and cocaine laws, so, but yeah, yeah, it's sad, man. I didn't even know it was a new one. I thought it was the same one and that, the old one you just bringing up.
Man, you know something with Esau, man? Somebody give me Psalm 17 and 14.
I got
Esau
you,
will
Elder.
Esau will not let a black man go down with generation wealth. He will make sure all these so-called rich Negroes like Jay-Z, all these Negroes, if they think that they're gonna die, that wealth is gonna be able to generate for they grandchildren and their children, they sadly mistaken. Esau is very key when it comes to generation wealth. You see what I'm saying? He does not want you to have that. That's something. So at the end of your career, this is what he's going to do. He's going to frame you. He's going to try to take all that money back as much as he can. Somebody give me Psalm 17 and 14.
Yeah, I got you, Elder. Psalm 17, verse 14. Concerning the works of men, by the word of thy lips, I have kept me from the path of the destroyer.
Hold on, brother. Damn. Is that Psalm 17 and 14? It was the
Yes.
scriptures talks about. It talks about men that have this portion in life who takes it to their children and their babes and they, you know that scripture, Ari?
Yeah, you said men that have what again, Elder?
A portion of this life who, you know, it basically says that they leave it to their children and their babes. I
Okay,
thought it was Psalm
Khan.
14.
Let me see. I
I thought
think
it was
it's
Psalm
17, 14.
yeah, 17,
17,
14.
14.
Khan. Just
Oh,
had
I
to go
thought
back.
that's what I caught. Yeah, okay. Psalm 17, 14. Yeah, go ahead.
Khan, Salakia, Elder. Psalms chapter 17 and verse 14. From men which are thy hand, O Lord, from men of the world, which have their portion in this life, and whose belly thou fillest with thy hid treasure.
Men that
They
have
are
portion and hid treasures, come on.
Khan. They are full of children,
They are
and
full of
leave the
children. Read on.
Khan, and leave the rest of their substance to their babes.
And read the rest of their substance to their babes. That's it, Ari, on that?
Um, Khan,
Okay.
Khan, that's it
Leave,
on that, Elder.
yeah, leave the rest of their substance to their babes and their children. Esau is very big on that. Generation wealth, leaving his substance to his children. Because he knows that's how his wealth continues. But he doesn't want that with us. Bill Cosby had like 800 million, I believe. Now I don't know what he's down to. You see what I'm saying? But it's very important that at the last minute they don't let you die with that wealth so that you can build up your generation and build and continue going. They're gonna find a way to take that away from you. And that's exactly what they're doing with Bill Cosby right now. Taking away his wealth. They don't want him to have that, to leave that to his children. Basically have them like they get that privilege. But there's whiteys that never worked. They never worked a day in their life. Just lived off of the substance of what their fathers accumulate. Okay? That's a fact. Some of them will tell you that. I've never worked a day in my life. It's just what my fathers accumulate. That's what I'm living off for the rest of my life. They don't want that. They don't want that with us. So they're going to do whatever it takes at the end of the man's life when they can't use him, when he's done, when there's nothing they can get out of him no more. They're going to try to take that wealth back. That's what they're doing with Cosby.
Khan.
Con. Yeah, man. Being a coon, being a coon don't pay off. Somebody get to Mario in here, man. Being a coon does not pay off. As you can see. So-called white man, he don't care if you being a traitor against your own people. Like, eventually, he's gonna turn on you too. He's like, look, we can't trust this nigga. We don't even like this nigga. You know what I'm saying? And that's what he's gonna do. The Most High is gonna make a mockery out of you through your own vainglory.
Khan. That's a great
Con.
scripture the elder brought out in Psalm 17,
Right. I was
right?
looking at that like, oh, that's a
Yeah,
Jew.
yeah, that's a great one. But you know what's crazy? When you go to Psalms 49, right, and 11, this is how they feel, right? And these are traces of these devils, right? I'm gonna start at and y'all got you know a lot of y'all already have this scripture, but it's Psalms 49. I'm gonna start at verse 8. It says, "For the redemption of their souls is precious, and it sees it forever." Actually, I'm gonna go to 9. It says that he should still live forever and not see corruption. Right? That's Esau. This is why they do all kinds of transplant. Right? They'll be 90-year old. That's why the queen, she don't want to die. Right? And that her wicked, whatever he was to her, he ended up croaking. He was old forever, right? They try to live forever, and they use the wealth that they've stole from other nations, primarily from the Israelites, right, through free labor and just our assets, right, and every precious things that we had in Jerusalem and before that, right? They've always attacked other people and stolen from us and used us to build their own civilization, right? I mean, think about any captivity, Babylonian, the Egyptian captivity, right? The Assyrian captivity, all of them. We built every single one of those civilization. All right. But watch this. Verse 10, it says, "For he said that the wise man die. Likewise, the fool and the brutish person perish and leave their wealth to others. Their inward thoughts is that their houses shall continue forever and their dwelling place to all generations." So this is like the opposite of what the elder brought out. They don't want us to pass any form of generational wealth to our children. This is why we need to come together as a nation and deal with each other, right? And have things in place to be able to pass wealth to our children. Because actually, it's a law that we're to do that, right? We're not supposed to die and perish and leave nothing to our children. Now, nobody's telling you to go chase money all day, right? And make that your primary goal in life. We're just saying that if you do happen as you live your life to build some type of wealth, the Most High bless you with that, you need to make sure that you pass it to your children, right? Because this is what these devils are doing. And listen, everything they're doing, they learn from the scriptures, right? They don't want us passing any jet. That's why, like the elder said, you see Jay-Z and all these rappers, they think they got it. Let them do something or say something against Esau, and they're going to lose every single wealth they have. Let them stand for their people and say that they love their own people and they want to put their people first. They're going to lose every single wealth that they have. They're going to say, listen, we gave you that wealth and we can take it from you, right? It says forever and their dwelling places to all generations. They call their lands after their own names, right? We see examples of that, right? All right, let's keep going. It says, verse 12, it says, "Nevertheless, man being in honor abided not. He is like the beasts that perish." So it don't matter how great you think you are. It don't matter how much you think you're going to live, right? The Most High has set every man's bound that we cannot pass it. All right. So the Most High give it life. He take it away. He's in control of every single thing, right? We read verse 13. It says, "This their way is their folly, yet their posterity approve." It says, "Approve their sayings," right? So them thinking that they're gonna live forever, thinking they're gonna rule forever, right? Every kingdom had its own time, right? Where they ruled till, and the Most High destroyed them and brought them down to the dust. America is no different. You know, we're a very wicked nation, very hypocritical. They'll tell you one thing and do the complete opposite, right? This is a very unjust place, man, to live in. You understand? Very unjust. I don't trust anything they say, right? I do whatever I can to separate myself from them. And that's the spirit and the mindset we got to have as a nation. But with that, I yield.
God, God got a precept and let me back off of that too. Let's see. Let me. I got Ecclesiastes 6 verses 2. I'm gonna start at 1. Ecclesiastes 6 and 2. Right? There's an evil which I have seen under the sun, and it is common among men. Verse 2. A man to whom God had given riches, wealth, and honor, so that he wanted nothing for his soul of all that he desired. Yet God giveth him not power to eat thereof, but a stranger eateth it. This is vanity, and it is an evil disease, right? So there's a man who's going to get riches, wealth, and honor, but guess what? The stranger, the other nations is gonna eat of it. They're the ones who are going to enjoy his wealth, not him. Verse 3. If a man beget 100 children and live many years, so that the days of his years be many, and his soul be not filled with good, you see that? That's the key. If his soul be not filled with good, all these things gonna happen to him, right? And also that he have no burial, I say that an untimely birth is better than he. So the scriptures is saying that shit, it's better for you to be like, one of those children that's like born early, like, than to be, you know what I'm saying? The scriptures telling you that untimely birth is better than you if you're a rich man who doesn't is not filled with good, right? Verse 4. For he cometh in vanity and departeth in darkness, and his name shall be covered with darkness. Right? So if you're not filled with good, we know good is the law, statutes, and commandments, right? If you're not filled with that, scriptures say that an untimely birth is better than you. You know what I'm saying? Being born you know what I'm saying? Almost being a stillborn, being, one of those small children, man, that's malnourished. That's better than your whole life if you're not filled with good. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, if you want to be a coon and you know what I'm saying, you want to run with the other nations, yeah, the Most High gonna let them mock you, man. He gonna let them do you dirty. And verse 4 tells you here in Ecclesiasticus chapter 6 that, man, you're gonna depart in darkness and you're gonna be covered with darkness, right? With that, I yield. Right. It's not to say that people shouldn't try to excel and get as much, wealth as they can to pass down. But when you doing things in the wrong way, the Most High is not gonna he's not gonna let you secure that generational wealth. He's not gonna let you pass that money down. He's gonna let Esau take everything from you, like he's stripping Bill Cosby right now, like he's doing pretty much any so-called black man that gets all these riches. Esau uses his daughters and granddaughters to take extort the money from you. You know what I'm saying? When these black men go out and get these white women, and then they end up dying before the age of 50, or you know what I'm saying, they may be getting poison in every meal that they eat. You never know. You know what I'm saying? These white women are there to take back the damn generational wealth. They use their offspring in that way. And our women don't do nothing but be bad wenches to their men. Our women do the total opposite. Instead of our women trying to take the generational wealth from them, or even dealing with them in any type of way to bring something back to our nation, what do our women do? They go over there, have children by the damn white man, cutting off the bloodline of the Israelite. Now I'm not making this about men and women, but I'm just saying their women are used as a sword against our men, and our women are used as a sword against us. You know what I'm saying? Go over there and deal with those damn Edomites, and then they still pass down their generational wealth, and our women just end up being bed wenches. You know what I'm saying? It's a sad, sick thing. It's a sick thing that's going on in America, man. People got to come back to these law, statute, commandments and their original culture. Because this is BS the way we living in America. This is some BS. You know what I'm saying? This division and everybody's just moving around like they happy about it. You know what I'm saying?
Con.
Yo, Akia, man, it's upsetting when I'm really like thinking about everything y'all saying. I'm like, why can't our people just get it, man? And it goes on both ends. Like Shai was saying, like our women, they be just content by going to the Edomite and becoming a bedwench. Like like the rapper Eve. She's like a nanny and a bedwench to like a billionaire Edomite right now. And if she was using her smarts, she'll probably divorce the hell out of him, take half his money, and then go supply the neighborhood in Philly where she come from. You know what I'm saying? But our women don't think like that. Like how a white woman would target a NBA player from when he's in college, marry him, divorce him, take his wealth, and then bring it back to her community. Our women don't think like that, and our men, when they do come up in society, they don't think that I'm gonna marry a woman of my nation just to make sure this money stays in my nation. They don't think like that. They don't think about nationhood. They don't think about the future. All they think about is just satisfying their own belly and being comfortable in captivity. And this is why things like this happen to men like Bill Cosby. It happened to women like Holly Berry. Because if I'm not mistaken, Holly Berry is probably paying child support right now for having babies by white men.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
And
right.
then,
That white
then the
man
white
getting
man,
paid off of her.
yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, the white man who she was dealing with called her a nigger and everything, disrespected her.
Yep.
And the same thing gonna happen to Serena Williams. Whenever that white man is done sucking her dry, he gonna divorce her, take half her money or whatever, or take custody of their child and just do her dusty. Man, this is crazy, y'all. You know, yeah, there's a scripture. I'm gonna have to look it up when the Most High God said, "Look at all thy lovers." You know what I'm saying? When he say, I'm trying to
Uh,
paraphrase it. You know what I'm talking about, right, Elder? You know what I'm saying? Like, look at all thy lovers. Like, they don't really love you like that.
well, talking about Jeremiah 4
That's Ezekiel
30.
16. Oh.
And I love
Oh,
this
30
show,
and 14.
30 and 14. Yeah, I love this show. There's one something I was paraphrasing. Yeah.
Elder, that's the one you're talking about? Jeremiah 30,
No,
14.
yeah, I thought Sean Paul, I was trying to figure out which.
What scripture y'all said? I didn't hear it. Salakia.
Jeremiah 30 and 14. And I think there's another one in Ezekiel that talks about it, but in a different way. 16 and 37, I think.
You want to bring it out for me, Baba Kasha?
I got you. I'm going to get the 30, Jeremiah 30 and 14.
Go out
All
of.
right, this again the bar, King, anytime. Jeremiah chapter 30 and verse 14. All thy lovers have forgotten thee. They seek thee not, for I have wounded thee with the wound of an enemy, with the chastisement of cruel one, for the multitude of thine iniquity, because thy sin were increased.
God, you see the Most High God is saying that. Look, now let's see if all your lovers is gonna have your back when I, put the chastisement on you. Let's see if they're gonna hold you down, take care of you, love you, and we could tell from experience. Once the Most High God takes His grace from us, that's when all our lovers became our enemies, and they took advantage. So of course,
God,
the Most High God's gonna say that. You know what I'm saying? Look at that lovers and see if they hold you down. And nah, they ain't hold us down. They put us down.
Nah. I like Jeremiah 4 and 30 and 31. You bring that out, Ari? I like that one. I
Jeremiah
like that.
4:30.
Yeah, Jeremiah 4 30 and 31.
Con elder. Con. This is Jeremiah chapter 4 and verse 30. And when thou art spoiled, and wilt thou do, though thou clothest thyself with crimson, though thou deckest thee with ornament of gold, though thou rentest thy face with painting,
See that?
in
See
vain
that?
shalt
But
thou.
stop, stop. Most I say, don't they rent thyself with painting. Put on makeup. Look as fine as you can for that white boy. Dress up, you know. Put on all the lipstick, everything you do. Read on.
Con. In vain shalt thou make thyself fair. Thy lovers will despise thee.
Thy love is still going to despise thee. Read on.
They will seek thy life.
They're going to seek thy life. Come on.
For I have heard a voice of a woman in travail, and the anguish as of her that bringeth forth her first child. The voice of the daughter of Zion that bewaileth herself, and spreadeth her hands, saying, Woe is me now, for my soul is weary because of murderers.
Because of murderers. See? They ain't going to be able to make themselves look beautiful for these white men and all these other nations. They still going to get murdered. They still going to get killed. And I think it was a guy by the name of Star. He had an iPod, and he was talking about how a lot of women come up there in his neighborhood and they sell themselves and they get killed by a lot of these white men on the low, and nothing's reported about it, man. So, you know what I mean? They seeking the devil, and they're gonna be murdered by the devil. That's exactly what's going on.
Con elder. This reminds me of, I think it's Ezekiel 35, actually. Go to Egypt for help.
Yeah, man. It's a real thing. It's really going on, man. People are just walking around with their eyes open, but they're still asleep. You know what I'm saying? Somebody in the chat said that Richard Pryor, Richard Pryor, his kids can't get nothing from his estate. So I mean, you know what I'm saying? We could look into that. Like, there's all types of ways that this damn devil is extorting us. You know what I'm saying? We can't even get nothing and keep nothing. And then our women think that they gotta go do all this different stuff to try to get their hands on some money, and they really just they just setting themselves up, to be murdered by these white people. I mean, by these devils, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like the scripture's saying. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's setting themselves up for the kill, straight up.
Con, that's why we can't rely on these nations for anything. Jeremiah, I think a sister in the chat asked for scripture. That was Jeremiah 4 and 30 and 31. Let me see, make sure what we just read. Yeah, Jeremiah 4:30 and 31. Okay, sis. I'm gonna bring up another scripture. And again, this is why we can't depend on this society. Um, I'm gonna read Isaiah 31 And it reads, it says, woe to them that go down to Egypt for help and stay on horses and trust in chariots because they are many, and in horsemen because they are very strong. But they look not unto the Holy One of Israel, neither seek the Lord. Right? So it's saying destruction to those that put their trust in this system and this society, right? Because we see that they have strength, whether it's through their military, whether it's through their propaganda, their technology, their agenda, right? Their philosophies and their ways of life, right? A lot of other nations look up to America, right, as the illuminated one. We know we're the illuminated one if we're living, our full potential, right? I'm gonna go to another scripture that tells us that we are the illuminated one, right? Watch this. Let's go to Baruch. Not this, not these devils. They're not the illuminated one. They're not the light. This is Baruch chapter 4 and verse 2. It says, turn thee, O Jacob, and take hold of it. Walk in the presence of the light thereof. What is that light? The law, statutes, and commandments, right? And Yahushua is that light of the world, right? The first creation says that thou mayest be what? Illuminated, right? We have to walk in a certain path before we can be the light, right? We're in complete utter darkness right now, right? We cannot be the light to anybody, not to our own selves, not to our nation, definitely not to the Gentiles, right? Verse 2, yet he also is wise and will bring evil and will not call back his words, but will rise against the house of the evildoers and against the help of them that work iniquity, right? Verse 3, now the Egyptians are men and not God. I'm going to read that again. Now the Egyptians are men and not God. Just like America is nothing but a bunch of wicked men, unjust men, right? Men that hate the Most High God, men and women, right? This nation is ran by the Edomites. They're the one in control of everything here, right? They're nothing but men. They're not gods, right? But our people look at them as gods, and they put that image of Yahweh, right? And try to push it as an agenda that Christ is God, the most high God. Isn't that what they teach? Right? So subconsciously, you look at them as God, right? It says, and not spirit. It says, when the Lord shall stretch out his hand, both he that helpeth shall fall, and he that is hoping shall fall down. So you that is portraying to be that leader, and you that is looking up to that particular person as a god, you both is going to fall into your own destruction, right? And they shall, it says, and they all shall fail together, right? For thus has the Lord spoken unto me, like as the lion and the young lion roaring in his prey, when a multitude of shepherds is called forth against him, he will not be afraid of their voice, nor abase himself for the noise of them. It says, so shall the Lord of hosts come down to fight for Mount Zion, right? Fight for Mount Zion, which is the Israelites, right? Those that are keeping the law, statutes, and commandments, following the ways of our Mashiach Yahushai, putting the Most High God first, right? And for the heal thereof, right? So it says, woe to them that go down to Egypt for help, man. So we're not to trust in this wicked society, in this kingdom, for anything. We're supposed to gather together and build together, right? And put our Most High God, our true power first. With that, I yield. Con. So if anybody else have anything to add to the topic, raise your hand, come up to the stage. This is Crown of Thorns, your kosher breakfast. Today's topic is Bill Cosby guilty of past crimes, but not America, right? Bill Cosby guilty of past crime, but not America, right? We live in a very hypocritical nation, right? They pass laws and judgment against our people, right? I can't believe that this is going on. But Shaw Paul, if you want, I can read this article for you a little bit. And again, we are still looking for readers. Anybody can read. Raise your hand. Come up to the stage. Play your part. If you're not in slavery, or if you're not in a position where you cannot read, I mean, where you can read, raise your hands and come up to the stage and help with that. All right. And shalom to everybody that just joined the room. All right. Shalom, shalom. Please don't forget to share the room, share it to your different social media platforms. All right. And also, like I said, come up if you have anything to add to the topic in the build. All right. But yeah, Shaw Paul, you there?
Con, I'm here, King. Yeah, definitely. If we could get somebody to get into the article, that'd be what's up, man. I know you be busy, you know what I'm saying? So I would rather if somebody else come up and read, but if you say you got a few minutes to go through the article real quick, that'll be appreciated too. You know, I do got also some scriptures I'm gonna bring out in a little bit. I'm just over here, getting things right with the baby and the wife right now. I'll be right back. But if you want to, you can start getting into that article.
Yeah, Con. Yeah, I don't mind. I can hold it down for a minute. I got a few minutes. All right, so let's go right to the article. And again, if anybody can read, come up to the stage and help with the reading. All right, so this is from CNN.com. It says jury found Bill Cosby liable in sexual battery. All right, the date is June 21st, so this is recent, 2022. There's also a video that you can watch, a short video. All right, up here on the article. I would suggest you definitely click on it and follow along. It says a Los Angeles jury found embattled comedian Bill Cosby liable in a civil case brought by Judy Hurt, a woman who claimed he sexually assaulted her as a teenager in the 1970s. The jury, comprised of 8 women and 4 men, awarded Hute $500,000 in damages. No punitive compensation was awarded. Hughes first filed the case in 2014, claimed sexual battery and both intentional and negligent infliction of emotional distress. The original filing stated that the incident happened in 1974 when Hughes was 15 years old, but the timeline was later revised to 1975 when Hughes was 16. All right, you got a picture of her walking to court. It continues. It says, through his lawyers, Cosby, 84, has denied all allegations of sexual misconduct in her complaint. Hugh told of meeting Cosby at a park where he was filming a movie after befriending her and her friend. Cosby allegedly invited them to join him at his tennis club. From there, Hugh alleged the comedian invited them to a house where he served the young women multiple alcohol drinks and then took them to the Playboy Mansion. Hugh alleged that though Cosby knew her age and that of her friend, he directed the teens that if any of the Playboy bunnies asked their age, they should say they were 19. Says Hughes offered a claim that Cosby took her to a bedroom in the mansion where he sexually molested her. CNN has reached out to Cosby's attorney for comments on the verdict. Hurts,
That whole thing sounds like madness. I gotta
right?
admit
That's what I'm like. This is crazy.
that. The whole thing sounds like madness. For
It's
real.
all about that money,
Because why wasn't this charge brought up like at least a year later, 2 years later, 3 years later? What was it? What's he say? 1974?
God, isn't there a statute of limitation on that? I don't know what it is on rape, and this was what state, anyways. It's crazy, man.
In what
Yeah,
state?
but
We got to look up
It ain't no
the
statute
Playboy
when you black.
Mansion. In.
con. But you know the madness about it, I'm gonna tell you something though. And what was happening back then in the 70s and stuff. They had a documentary you could watch. It's called The Hugh Hefner. This is where all this really goes. The Hugh Hefner, the Playboy Mansion. And a lot of them, Don Cornelius, said Don Cornelius, the soul man, soul trade man, he was famous for raping chicks. And what happened was he was good friends with Hugh Hefner, and he covered it up. They had people that covered it up. But back then, it was a lot of drugs. There was a lot of stuff involved, and like a lot of men. Of course, they're gonna try to demonize the black man, and they brought out Don Cornelius. But it was a whole lot of them. That's what they was doing in the Playboy Mansion. Like they was just super rich dudes that had their ways with these women. In some cases, now in some cases, like you said, they could be lying. But back then, that was known to go down. And what happened is the white man, because America is so biased, I'm telling you, they won't go after the white man that was doing this. Mainly Hugh Hefner, he's the one that was giving the drugs to everybody, giving them all these date rape drugs and all of that. They did not touch him because he has so much dirt on everybody, politicians, everybody. They know that they can go down. So they leave him alone. But that was going on in the 70s, man. That was really going on. Like women was getting raped and they were so powerful they could cover it up, along with, like they could be lying and framing. So you just never know. You just never know. But why they wait so long to bring it out, you know?
Yeah, Khan Elder Khan. Yeah, nobody. I'll be honest with you. I was watching actually a short documentary. Right, it was more like a clip that was added, and Richard Pryor was talking about how you know he was. I don't know if y'all ever saw it. He was like they break. It was about Epstein's situation, right? But they were showing clips from different celebrities that were kind of like involved in that, and they showed Richard Pryor, just talking about how he, like, oh yeah, they brought like, young Edomite girls to him and he touched them or something. It was like a hidden clip, like a hidden video. Um, so nobody's saying that certain things didn't happen in Hollywood, right? Um, but it just seems that when it comes to our people, right, they pursue them constantly. But when it comes to their people, right, all of a sudden, it's like there's no law that exists in that matter anymore, right? Nobody's justifying any wicked acts of whether it's our people or the other nation, right? If anything, we hold our people more accountable because honestly, we should know better, but we know a lot of our people are completely lost, right? When you get caught up in that type of lifestyle where money, you feel like money is everything, money can buy anything, you can bribe whoever you want to bribe, you can hide certain information, right? You can do wicked acts. See, this is why, you know, wealth is great, right? If you can manage it and move it with the spirit of the Most High with it. If you're keeping the law, statutes, and commandments and using it wisely, right? That's the type of wealth that I want to have. Some of us we wonder why. Why is it that I can't reach a certain level of wealth? Right? Why is it that I'm not doing this? Why is it I can't do this? Maybe it's the Most High trying to keep you really in order. Because if that was given to you, you probably wouldn't even know what to do with it. Right? You would be in all form of abomination, and you just be wicked with it. You know what I mean? So I don't want that type of wealth. You know what I mean? If money's gonna cause me to fall off and be wicked like that, that's not the type of wealth that I want. But yeah, I'm gonna bring out a quick precept in a second. I'll be right back. I'll be right.
Khan, Salakia, Yashala. Yeah, brother Irie is absolutely correct, man, and Elder Torah is absolutely correct. You know, it's just very hypocritical, man. And I'm gonna pull Isaiah 10:6 in a second, right? It is very hypocritical for them to be charging Bill Cosby for something that was routinely done in the Playboy Mansion. It was routinely done in the Playboy Mansion where young girls were drugged up and got taken advantage of by older men. That was routinely done in the Playboy Mansion. Bill Cosby wasn't a lone ranger in that act. If he did it, right? Because I'm still saying that it probably wasn't him, or probably the feeling was mutual when it happened, because that was the lifestyle they was living in the '70s. They was drugged up, doing a whole bunch of crazy stuff. Facts, straight facts, right? A fax machine. But how hypocritical is it for everybody to be attacking Bill Cosby, but nobody attacks the Playboy Mansion estate or the Playboy Company? If I'm in a bar, if I'm in a bar, right, and everybody in this bar is supposed to be 21 and up, and I say, "Hey, yo, I'm feeling good. Drinks for everybody," and I buy everybody in the bar a drink, but somehow a 16-year-old and a 15-year-old made their way into that bar. So when I bought everybody a drink, I bought them a drink too. Who's to blame? Me or the bar? The bar is supposed to be the facility that's supposed to be restricting everybody that was 21. I mean, everybody that was younger than 21. The bar is supposed to be restricting everybody younger than 21. Not me. Not me as a customer of the bar. Not Bill Cosby as an attendee of a party in the Playboy Mansion, but the people that's hosting the party in the Playboy Mansion supposed to be checking IDs and making sure everyone is of legal age. Not just Bill Cosby slithered through and they ended up in the bedroom and badoop badoop. Like where's the accountability for the person that's hosting the event? If that was any other establishment, if I would go to Madison Square Garden and a damn shootout happens and I run from the shootout and twist my ankle, I'm suing Madison Square Garden. I'm not even shooting. I'm not even suing the shooter. I'm suing Madison Square Gardens because they're supposed to have their security intact. So how does this really always fall on Bill Cosby for things that happen routinely in the Playboy Mansion? It's just a hypocritical thing, man. Let me get Isaiah 10:6 right quick. It's a hypocritical thing. All right, it's the
I
book of
got it
Isaiah
up.
10, verse 6. I will send him against an hypocritical nation, and against the people of my wrath will I give him a charge to take the spoil and to take the prey and to tread them down like the mire of the streets. The Most High God is going to send Yahweh Shai against a hypocritical nation. This hypocritical nation. Yahweh is going to send the angelic army against a hypocritical nation. The Yahweh is going to send the forces of the Alahayim and the elect of Israel against a hypocritical nation. Yahweh is going to destroy this hypocritical nation. You know why? Because we're always to blame, but we're never the supplier of any of the evil or the facilitator of any of the evil. The evil happened in his facility, and he was a supplier of the witchcraft that was used to do any type of evil in there. But whoa, Jake participates in the evil, and now Jake is always to blame. That's hypocritical, man. And with that, I yield, y'all. I gotta do something real quick, man. But Kwame Asharala, if we get a reader on deck, what I'm saying, that'd be beautiful, y'all. Peace and love, Israel.
Con. That's the hypocrite. That's the hypocritical nature of America, man. You gonna say something, Elder?
Okay, like I said, no, I was saying if we get a reader, that'd be good. Yeah, that is. That's the hypocritical of America. It is. America. The black man, he gotta walk. He gotta walk like he's walking on nails. But it comes to the white man, you know what I mean? Like I say, man, this man Hugh Hefner, man, I was really upset about that. Really, when I see Bill Cosby, like I say, I'm no fan of Bill Cosby because of the way Bill Cosby operates himself. Like he was on top for years and just he refused to say anything about what the white man is doing to his people, but he just constantly was blaming the blacks for everything. Like you know what I mean? Like they are no good. They need to pull up their pants, and that's what got me kind of mad with Cosby. So when they turned on him, I was like, well, you see, that's what this guy deserved, man. Because it's not that. Listen, I always say it's like 40, 50%. We got to blame for a lot of our stuff, but don't get the white man get a free pass. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, he's always the instigator. He's always the one causing the confusion. He set the conditions. You see what I'm saying? He's like the exterminator that set the trap. He set the trap, and now our people fell in it. So he has to be blamed. You can't just give him a free pass. He has to be blamed. You know, and Cosby refused to do that. So when white people turned on him, I'm not saying I was happy, but I knew that was the Lord. It was the Lord showing him. You know what I mean? That look, you can kiss up to the devil. You can refuse to charge the devil for his crimes. And in the end, this is what the devil's going to do to you. He's going to turn back on you anyway. Because Cosby is part of the boule. You know, that got to be brought up. The boules, those secret society boule guys, all they doing is really trying to keep our people in order and run tabs for the white man. That's all they really do, those boule guys. They're very dangerous, you know, as far as the black community, because we will never be able to override the devil with the boule. See? But the Most High and Yahushua is the only ones that's going to be able to destroy those bastards, get them out of their position, and have us rise. But they are the ones that the defensive back for the so-called white man, those boule Negroes. And Cosby was part of them.
Yeah, our nation got to stop cooning out for these people. There's no retirement plan for you coons, right? There's no retirement plan for you coons. Y'all coon out, and then the so-called white man kicks you to the side after you done cooning. There's no retirement plan for you. There's like no benefits at the end of this tunnel. And at the end of that journey of being a coon, there's only sorrow. I think they even had it that his son died. So he can't even pass down the riches he gained to his son. His son passed away. And his son passed away under suspicious circumstances, man. So that coon package brothers want to have and lean on when it comes to America, it don't end well for y'all, man. God, y'all. But yeah, if we could get a read, I'm about to post another article. You know, post an article about Charlie Sheen and what he was doing, and let's compare that to how they're going after Bill Cosby. God,
God, God. Yeah, this is madness, man. It ain't no statute of limitation on coming after the black man. You know what I'm saying? For any so-called crime a black man commit. But being a coon, man, that's your mockery. That's what you get. Just to be real, that's just what the hell you get. You know what I'm saying? For going against your people so hard and thinking that, you know what I'm saying, you just on a pedestal, you the token nigga, and you special, or something weird like that. Like, I don't know what the hell these coons be thinking, but you know what I'm saying, you reap what you sow though. That's for sure.
Khan. Just a quick announcement, quick reset. This is your kosher breakfast, hot off the skillet. Today's topic is Bill Cosby guilty of past crimes, but not America. This is Crown of Thorns. If you haven't, click on the greenhouse above our head, follow the room. That way, when we have different conversations and builds like this, you can be part of it. You get the notification. All right. Also follow the mods on stage, right? Bringing out wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. You can follow each other too in the audience. Again, if you want to be part of the build, raise your hand, come up to the stage. Also, we got the July 4th, right? The 2022 July 4th Rebuke Unity Camp, right? Right in front of the White House going on this year. Um, if you need more information on that, you can reach us at House of Israel NYC at gmail.com. House of Israel NYC at gmail.com. We can give you more info. We vet people, especially if you come into the event that we're going to be having afterwards. All right. Everybody's free to come to the camp location. It's going to be July 4th, 2022 at from 12 p.m. to sundown. That's going to be the camp, usually about 8:30. Then we have an event after that. All right. But we vet people, right, before you can come to that event. All right. Because we don't want no damn, wacko coming over there and fellowshipping with us. We don't want nobody coming with their doctrines or just coming there being out of order. All right. If you want to, again, get more information about that, email us at houseofisraelnyc@gmail.com. Later in the day, I will put up the flyer for the event. We're going to have multiple camps that are going to be coming and fellowshipping with us. All right. For the actual Rebuke Unity Camp. All right. So don't miss that. All right. That's July 4th, 2022 in front of the White House at 12 p.m. But with that, I yield.
Hey, also I
Also,
want to
like Brother Ari was saying, come with fellowship, whoever it is. Y'all come as unity. Y'all coming with fellowship. All right. It will be no folly, no madness. We strict. We here to build as a unity. We come with no animosity, because if that happens, you know what I mean, you will be removed from the place. We're not tolerating that at all. It's about building the kingdom. It's about brotherhood and sisterhood. But don't even come. Don't even think about that. Coming like in that type of attitude and that. There's no beef and there's no malice. All right. We're not dealing with that type of spirit. This is a spirit of building, unifying, and moving on. Moving on. And we're doing what the Lord told Moses basically to do. Just go to the top. Tell them, let my people go. For more plagues is happening. Okay? A lot of you brothers and sisters is why we at the White House. We're doing what Moses did. Moses went to for Pharaoh. We're going to the top. We're telling them, let my people go. All right. So it's a day of unity. It's a day of building. It's not a day of no arguments, no strife. It's not going to be tolerated. All right. That I yield.
also I just want to add to that, because I heard yesterday, I heard it being advertised, and I wanted to bring this up in the actually on the Monday night call, because that was actually Monday. It was Monday. I heard the 4th of July rebuke day. I heard it being advertised as if though it's just a unity camp, and it's gonna be a bunch of camps there. Such and such and such and such as HOI will be there. But they were saying all these other camps' names and said HOI will be there. This is a HOI hosted event. Let's just make that clear. And I'm not saying that with any pride, but this event was started by HOI, and other camps were added to it in unity. Um, but it is a HOI hosted event, and it's an HOI event. It's not another camp's event or any of that, anything of that nature. HOI does everything to put this together, right? So this is a HOI event, and there will be a few camps there in attendance, and there will be one other camp speaking. It's usually only HOI and Wi-Fi actually speaking, right? But there will be other camps there fellowship, and it's open to everybody, all camps in Israel, to come out and fellowship. Um, but let's be clear, it is a HOI event. It's not anybody else's event. If it wasn't for the House of Israel starting to go out to Washington, D.C., to stand in front of the Capitol building and put our lives on the line to do this thing, this wouldn't be an annual event. So let's just make that clear. But it like I said, it's not about HOI. This is an event for Israel. But let's be clear who's hosting it and who does all the legwork to bring this event to you. All right.
Right.
Uh,
That's why we read. Oh, slack it.
I was gonna say, and we appreciate the brothers coming, but like Shia said, you know what I mean, we started this venue, and it is. We're not being, most, not nothing but HOR, you know, and other camps decided to come. But, we started this venue as far as going to the White House on a daily basis. We've been going there. And, July 4th. Other camps have previously go there. Other camps have went. But July 4th was the day that we decided that we was going to go there, HOI. All right? Yeah, go ahead.
No, Con Elder. No, I was just gonna say yes. That's why when you look at the flyer, just to touch on what Yeshua was bringing out, right? It says House of Israel present, right? We're the hosting camp. Yes, we have other camps that are gonna come and fellowship with us, congregate with us that day, and rebuke the White House together. Because again, we look at each other as one nation, right? We're one people. Yes, we are different camps, but we are one people. We're coming together, right, to rebuke this wicked kingdom. All right. So HOI is the hosting camp. And again, the brothers already said we say this in humility. But again, we understand that things has to be done in order. All right. So the event after is hosted by HOI. But we are welcoming our brothers and sisters from other camps, to join us with that as long as we know ahead of time that they coming to join us in fellowship with us. Because we about unity over here. You understand? We about unity. We about order. You know what I mean? We're not a perfect camp, but we are striving for perfection, like Yahweh Shai told us to be. Right? So that's what we about. We about brotherhood, sisterhood, right? And standing with each other and rebuking this wicked society. All right. That's what the 4th of July rebuke camp, unity camp is about. Right? Standing to the devil's face and rebuking him right in front of his face. Right? These were things that our forefathers, right, could not do during the time of slavery, during the time of Jim Crow, right? The Most High has put a different spirit in these last days to rebuke this wicked kingdom, and that's what this is about. All right, we love our brothers and sisters in the nation, but again, things has to be done in order. So, like the elder said, if you decide you want to come fellowship with us, just come in order. Please do not bring any folly or confusion, right? And we'll definitely welcome you. All right, with that, I yield.
God, and I only say that because I overheard somebody with a lot of followers in their room mention it as if though they were the hosting camp, or as if though, like, they put this on. But I just wanted to make it clear. That's all.
Con. Hey, Yeshaya, check your back chat out.
So if anybody want to come up, you know, you got opposing views. Think Cosby was railroaded. I mean, whatever views you got, come up and speak about it. You know, um, we take it. We ready to deal with it. So y'all can come up to the stage. If y'all got any questions to ask, anything about prophecies, and come up to the stage. I'll be here for a while. Um, Shia be here. I think Ari and Shah Paul be in and out. Was that dude last disciples, man? Tell you the name, my brother Jacob, last disciple.
Yeah, God.
Always trying to seem like he's so intelligent, trying to trap brothers. You know, it's always, well, you said, come on, man. Madness of these cats. These cats is very argumentative, man. They don't want to come to the truth. They just want to argue their point. Don't even become a point of who's right or wrong no more. Just becomes a point of winning the argument. That's what a lot of these guys try to do. They try to win the argument. No matter if you're right or wrong. They're just trying to prove a point and win the argument.
Right, right. Yeah, that nigga's a dummy. Yeah, I can't wait to cut that nigga head off. He don't do nothing but just use conjecture and just make shit up. Like that nigga's a real dummy.
Yeah, absolutely shy. Absolutely, man. You know what I mean? But a lot of things going on, man. A lot of things going on, Shy. I know you was talking about. Hey, I heard you yesterday. I was at work, Shy, but I know you was talking about Jake and how Jake don't really shoot cats up massively. And you're right, like Esau does that, But some Jakes is silly like that. Like you hear Jake a lot of times say, "I'm gonna spray the block," and I don't care who's out there. You know
Correct.
what I mean? And some of them are silly like that, brother.
Yeah, you do got some suicidal jakes that be like, I'm gonna come back and shoot up the whole place. You know what I'm saying? And they don't care. Who they hit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, sometimes Jake can be a mass shooter, but what we seeing though is just Jake aiming at one person. He's aiming at one target, maybe two or three people, and he's not really aiming at the people that's getting hit. So that's not the same as actually like Esau going in there and just I'm gonna shoot every nigga I see. You know what I'm saying? Jake ain't doing that. Jake ain't going in there and just after he shoot people, he go back and shoot everybody in the head. That's what Esau doing, like the shooter in Buffalo. He shot people and then made sure they was dead, shot them in the head. No, Jake ain't doing that. Jake actually ain't even trying to hit those people that he do hit.
Uh, Nationalist level, Jake just looking at things from the surface and the beef he got with a dude. He ain't looking at it nationally like how Esau is looking at it. I'm trying to defend my nation. I don't care who, old, white, old, black, young. You old, you black, you was an op to him. He don't care. That's the spirit in him because he trying to defend his nation. Jake don't got that same attitude. Crazy. Hey Mac, shalom. You got something to say?
Shalom, shalom, fam. Yeah, no, I was just sitting back listening, and I was thinking about this statute of limitation thing. How they can go back, to 1974 and talk about some stuff that they really don't have evidence to prove. But then we have all of these pictures with these daggone monsters standing around after a person has been murdered, still hanging on the tree or whatever. And then with this face recognition thing, it's like, how come you not going after them that, but I know why, but why you not going after them that, that actually you can prove that they was part of this murder, but they not going after them, but they going back, because some white woman went to a place that what's going on in the daggone Hugh Hefner mansion. You know what go on up in there, but then you want to say you was raped or, whatever, and I just think that's so crazy that why is no emphasis if there's no if the statute of limitation is this long on sexual abuse, then how come they're not going after the murderers that killed us and standing in selfies? You know what I'm saying? Looking all daggone proudly, how come that's not a thing? But I just wanted to put that out there, you
Right.
know.
Right. What about Emmett? What about Emmett Till? That lady admit that she lied on Emmett Till. Some like 80 years old or whatever. She admit that she lied on Emmett Till caused the
Con,
brother to get murdered. They didn't. They let her go to her grave. I believe she's dead. You see? So absolutely, that's
con.
what they do.
What about all the children? What about all those little children that was in those pictures? They should be probably, what I'm saying, still living now. So what about all those little white children that was in the picture looking at those black people hung up and they was actually throwing more fire, more fuel onto the fire, what I'm saying, to burn these people at the stake and all this type of stuff. What about them? America's not going after them, man. Just like, that Isaiah 10:6, what Sharpar brought out. This is a hypocritical nation, man. Hypocritical. Some of these people still living. They sat there, witnessed it, enjoyed it, clapped, and all of that. Accomplishes the murder, but yet and still they get to pass down generational wealth to their wicked ass children.
And we know that is, well-known people that was in the Ku Klux Klan, that was high-ranking members of the Ku Klux Klan, that have these government and, top official jobs, sheriffs or whatever. We know without a doubt that they was part of that, but nothing comes against them.
Absolutely. Hey, Fury, you have something to say about that?
Hold on one second. Let me change. All right, yeah. Shalom, family. I think they should change the. I think we should change the way we deal with rape cases in America. I don't think that there should be a civil suit part of rape cases. Look, I have a daughter. You rape my daughter. If I don't get to you, I would rather you be in jail for the rest of your life. All right, but the civil part of it, I think that's messing stuff up. Deshaun Watson and Bill Cosby, you can't tell me that these women are not using this system to get money. We're talking about Deshaun Watson was feeling on himself. This man ain't forced nothing. He ain't forced nobody to do anything. But this man's career is being screwed over, just like Bill Cosby. So I think that Esau, I would like for him to change. I know he wicked, he ain't got no justice in him, but I would love for him to change these laws because they only affect black men. If you look at my PTR, look at all these Edomites on my PTR. None of these white men have been tried like Bill Cosby or Deshaun Watson. None of these white men. And his picture is actually bigger than this, but I couldn't fit it all in the PTR. It's actually way more Edomites in this picture. And that's all I want to say, man. I love the topic, though.
Khan, Salaki, Kings, all praise to the Most High. With that, with that Deshaun Watson situation, though, when you speak civil, I do agree with you, King. However, when you pay out money, because he paid off like 20 of the women, when you pay that money out, you really set yourself up for looking guilty and being guilty. They put you in a position, they backed you into a corner. And what you do with that, it'll pretty much be like your outcome. So now he got like 3 or 4 women left, and he's trying to pay them women off. But I don't know if that's gonna work for him. But what I was gonna say was, to the point elders brought out. There's so much wickedness, and when you think about that case with Cosby, Cosby, like you said, he's paying people off, but Cosby's guilty of that, but he's getting it on a spiritual level. Like the Most High is showing him, like you can join hand with your enemy. The wicked won't go unpunished, and you gonna fall right beside the wayside with them because they don't care about you. Like our sisters that get with these white boys, case in point Eve, which Shower probably brought out earlier. When you get with Esau like that, any of them for that matter, that white man going when he die, he probably gonna leave that money to his children, and she gonna walk away with a tangible item such as the house. That's nothing, So they get into these situations thinking that it's gonna better them, and then they end up losing on the back end, and it's a terrible thing. The mindset. So it's really the mindset. And when you put yourself in a guilty position, then you're guilty according to them, and that's how they look at it. But I'm on the plantation right now, so it's hard for me to build with y'all, brother. I'm going in and out. Salaki to that, and I yield.
Yeah, Khan. See, yeah, like the brother brought out, and that's the thing, because I've grew up with Cosby. I've watched him. I've watched him on a daily basis. I watched him during the Cosby when he was big with the Cosby Show. You know what I mean? I've watched debates. I've watched people try to question him. You know what I mean? And they would try to question Cosby. This is when Cosby is in his biggest position. He's on top of the world. They would say, "Well, Bill, yeah, we know that our people is wrong and what we doing, and we got to shape up and pull our pants up. But what about the white man and the drugs that he's putting in our neighborhoods?" And then Cosby would not say nothing about that. He would tell the people, "I don't want to hear about that." He'd sit up there with his big cigar in his mouth. Say, "I don't want to hear nothing about the white man. We got to do better." You can't operate like that, man. If you're going to get to the cause, you have to go to both issues. You have to start at the top. You have to start at the instigator. You have to start at the one that's pushing the drugs and trying to push a disruption into our people. And the years of slavery and what he caused, the drama, the disconnect, the broken household, the cracks that's put into our areas to purposely break out the family structure to this very day. We see the effects of that. The bias laws, the Rockefeller laws. The guys was given 10, 15 years for crack, and the white people was given nothing for coke, because coke was they drug of choice, even though some of them was dealing with crack too. The bias. You couldn't mention that to Cosby. Cosby he want to hear nothing about that. So the hypocrisy and hypocrite. So now the ones that he was defending so much through the boule, they went and got him back. They turned on him. That's what the Mosai do. You know what I mean? So like the brothers done, but hand joined in hand, the wicked should not go unpunished. And when you talk about a lot of our people, Shia, if you can you give me Isaiah 31:3? A lot of our people do not want to see America fall. They enjoy America. They live in a life that they say this the best it can have. It can't get no better than this. The life that they're living, the enjoyment, being able to go on private planes and yachts and whatever they do. They don't want to see America fall. They forgot about what America has done. Isaiah 31, yeah, sorry, Isaiah 31:3.
Come
They
on.
forgot about what America has done to their people because they enjoying it. They enjoying this lifestyle. See what I'm saying? And they don't go hard no more. They don't go hard. They forget about what was done to their people. You see? And this is what Isaiah 31 and 3 read that out.
It's the book of Isaiah 31, verse 3. Now the Egyptians are men and not God,
And the Lord was knowing you back then, the Egyptians were men and not God. And the white man is a man, he's not God. Come on.
and their horses flesh and not spirit.
All they power, they horses, they structure, not spirit. Meaning there's a spirit over everything. The Lord is in control of everything. Read.
When Yahweh shall stretch out his hand, both he that helpeth shall fall,
Come on.
and he that is hoping shall fall down.
So the Lord says, both he that help this society. You helping this society when you don't want to tell the truth. When you don't want to tell the people the truth of who's really causing the chaos in this society. And then you're hoping for America to continue. Even though America was built on the backs and the bloods of our people. Come on.
And they all shall fail together.
And they all shall fail together. So now maybe Cosby realized that the white man is the devil. I don't know. But that's what happens to a lot of our people that hope in this society. That I yield.
And Salaki, Elder, and they get in those positions like that, like you said, and then when that white man turn his back on you, now you looking crazy. And what's so funny is they didn't mention these cases really until Hugh Hefner died. See, they let him live a pleasant life, go out with a bang, and then when he died, then they wanted to bring it back. And I guarantee you, being that that happened in the 70s, if you know anything about music, which I'm a music scholar myself, I bet you when they walked into the Playboy Mansion, they was playing Crush, Crush, got the Yayo. They talking about Yayo. It was drugs everywhere. It was just an abominable place. I yield.
God. Because Hugh Hefner was the one that supplied them. But you see, the thing with Hugh Hefner, and that's what of them, he had so much dirt on all these devils. They know that and they deal with him, he can take them down with the dirt that he had with them, the Playboy Mansion. You know what I mean?
God.
He had so much information. So yeah, they let him go to his grave, like you said. But they went after Cosby. They went after Cosby. You see what I'm saying? And that shows you the bias of the society. Yeah, the coke, everything was going on in that Playboy Mansion, man. Drinks, anything you wanted, they gave it to the people. You know what I mean? We know brothers in our camps. Our camp, it was well, in the NBA and stuff like that. They can tell you, hung out with guys like Magic Johnson. Tell you about the Playboy Mansion. You know what I'm
God,
saying? It's real, man.
Elder. It's almost like, when our people, Jake was coming up, they might try to run a train on a girl or something like that, and you go first, and then when you done, you slap fives with your partner outside the door and say, yo, go handle your business. Or you might want to take Eve somewhere, and you ain't got no crib, so you go to your homeboy house because you know he home alone or he got a crib, and he slap fives with you and say, hey, yo, go handle your business. That's the same thing that was going on in that Playboy Mansion, because you got to think, if Cosby had a place to take them people, them women, he had to cross paths with somebody that was a security guard or hell, Hugh Hefner. Hefner said, hey, use that. You know the room, Matt. Go handle your business. So it's just wickedness all the way around. I yield.
Yeah, them whiteys went crazy. And the blacks that followed them. They had the special on the Playboy Mansion. Don Cornelius, they had him on all charges. Well, the Soul Man, Soul Train. Yeah, they had him on all type of charges, man. But and that's what they do, man. They demonize the black man. But when you look at it, man, it's the white man going crazy, man, and the black man being an idiot knows that this country is biased against him, follows him and goes off in him, and then wonders why that happens to him. They ain't gonna deal with you the same way they deal with these white men. I don't care how much money you got. People always make the statement that it's not about color no more, it's about money, it's about greed. No, that ain't the case. Because at the end of the day, the white man still hates your guts. So I don't care how much money. Cosby is a perfect example of it. This man had about 800 million. You see what I'm saying? Did that? No. They went after him. And they let all these other guys go. They let a lot of these guys go that was doing that. You know, with the so-called Me Too movement, a lot of guys that they let go. Many guys. About that pervert Woody Allen, man. Big pervert. Marrying his damn daughter or something. They let these guys go. And these guys is doing all type of stuff. As a matter of fact, if you want to really go into it, they got what they call NAFA, I think, men lovers of boys or some kind of madness like that organization, where they got businessmen, grown businessmen, going around the world having sex with little boys. You hear anything about that? Nope. You don't hear nothing about that. But they go after this man who had sex with women. That shows you the bias of America, man. It's hypocritical on all levels.
God, and they want to, say, like, I'm gonna take his money. He gonna go through all this. Hey, man, riches profit nothing in the day of the Lord's wrath, and it's just his time.
Hey, Shalom Salakia, Yashala. Shalom, Shalom, Shalom. Yeah, I got my hands full today, y'all. I might shut this room down early, but just to land me back on the brother's point on how hypocritical this nation is and how the so-called white man is never going to treat you as equal no matter how much money you got. For instance, look at the article above. The article above about Charlie Sheen. Now, seriously, everyone listening right now, how much of you even heard about this thing with Charlie Sheen? Like, was it blasted all over the news like Bill Cosby's blasted? How much you heard about this with Charlie Sheen? How he was exposing people to HIV? getting with random women, not letting them know he's HIV positive. Like how Magic Johnson, he openly states that he's HIV positive. Magic Johnson, he's been doing that for years. Charlie Sheen never openly stated he has HIV, but he was going around not even telling the women he was having sexual intercourse with that he's been HIV positive for years. Charlie Sheen, how much of you actually heard this in the news, especially on the level where they talked about Bill Cosby?
Salaki, only for a short second. Literally.
I mean, I could be, in under a rock or something, but I never heard a major news outlet say this publicly on the air. I've seen articles, I've seen social media posts, but I never seen like a whole 2 minutes or what I'm saying, something like that on TV, white anchors openly just rebuking the hell out of him like they talk about Bill Cosby. I never seen it. Right? Let me hear. Who knew about that? Let's get a if y'all agree with me and y'all never really heard the news anchors talk about Charlie Sheen like how they talk about Bill Cosby, let me get a 111 in the chat. Keep it 100 right now. Let me get a 111 in the chat if y'all didn't hear the news anchors or the news outlets talk about Charlie Sheen the way they talk about Bill Cosby. And Charlie Sheen is actually ruining lives. Like, so someone drug you and rape you, that's one thing. That's gonna come with some mental, scars and through therapy and through the most high willing, you'll be healed from that. But HIV, like HIV, let's get serious now. Like, I wouldn't want to choose between the two evils, but I'd rather somebody, you know, quote unquote, take advantage of me when I was young than pass me HIV. Like HIV, like you're really handing death out to people. Like for real, like you're handing death out. When you infect somebody with HIV, you're handing them death because HIV does kill. Like they have an HIV clock over here in Atlanta because of the homosexual population passes it around a lot, and a lot of them die from it. Like what wasn't in the newspapers? How many people that had HIV died from the COVID because their immune system was already shot for having HIV. The COVID was knocking them down. Like when you have HIV, a regular common cold could kill you. That's how weak your immune system is. So Charlie Sheen was handing out HIV, and most high willing we get a reader on stage to read this article because this definitely wasn't being talked about like how Bill Cosby was being talked about. John?
God. And Salaki, if I could read for you, King, I would. I'm on the plantation in the truck. But I wanted to bring out another story as well. If you brothers or anybody get time to Google it, DJ and 100 cases of HIV to black girls. And so that's so deep right there. It's along the same rim of Charlie Sheen. He's just a guy who has no money. But his goal was to give as many black girls HIV as possible. So if you guys Google that, it's about a DJ in South Carolina. Like you.
Yeah, I heard about that. That was a white DJ in South Carolina. I heard about that. He was giving HIV purposely to black women in hopes they could go back into their neighborhoods in hopes they would go back into their neighborhoods and pass it to black men. I remember that story. And that wasn't on the news like it was supposed to be neither. But oh, Bill Cosby's so horrible. Man, if I would show y'all the average statistic, because Esau likes to calculate a lot of things, even his wickedness. And if I was to show you just the average statistic of showing, you know, how many rape cases happened during the Jim Crow of white men just raping black women because they was in the wrong place. What happened to those cases and those charges? But we gonna get into that too. But if I could get a volunteer reader, Babu Kashar, we can read through this article, then move on to the next. It's Salakia Israel. Let me go tend to the fam right quick. I'll be right back, y'all. Anybody's welcome to raise their hand though. Raise your hand. Get on stage, talk about the current topic. Because if Bill Cosby is quote unquote guilty, right? Shouldn't America be guilty of their crimes too of the past? What is the statutes of limitation on rape and murder? Since they want to hand out this woman $500,000 because she said Bill Cosby, you know, took advantage of her, allegedly took advantage of her in the Playboy Mansion. Like, where's the lawsuit against the Playboy Mansion for allowing a minor in there to be compromised? Because I know if I have a daughter and she says that she was drugged in a nightclub and someone took advantage of her inside of a bathroom stall, not only would the person be in trouble, but I would make sure I sue the nightclub too. Because why is this underage woman in the nightclub? Why was this underage woman in the Playboy Mansion amongst drinks and drugs? Where's the accountability for the so-called white man? Let's talk about it, Yashala. Hey, Tovia, Shalom King, you want to touch up on the subject?
Hey, Shalom, family, Shalom. Um, yeah, as a lot of I work in law enforcement. Dealt in patrol, now do missing and exploited children, etc. And America's never changed. You look at Charlie Sheen. They look at Charlie Sheen. We look at Charlie Sheen. He's just another white, another Esau. Be careful here, guys. I'm on the plantation. Let me use my code. I'm gonna close my door here. All right, sorry about that. Um, But yeah, he's just another Edomite with his face out there. So when you have these Edomites that do these things that are these celebrities and these celebrity statuses, that's something they don't want to make public because it makes them all look bad because it makes them want to dig and find out who else is doing what. Um, like like we have allegations now. Well, we've been having them now. They never talk about it, but like the White House, for example, like I said, I've been doing this missing and exploited children for years, and talk goes on amongst people who work in this field. Like they've been investigating Bill Clinton, they've been investigating Donald Trump,
Yeah, Pizzagate.
Clinton's wife.
You talking about Pizzagate, right?
Yes, sir. And, and so you have people in these statuses and in these professions that are the face of America. So they don't want to talk about these things. Like right now in jail here where I'm currently at right now, we probably have, I'll say 80% of Edomites that are locked up. Out of 80% that's locked up right now, I'll say 50% may be drug related, and the rest of them are just pretty much it's just the same thing. We got a lot of cases where these guys they're infected with diseases and stuff, or or they have this, they do a heinous crime against our women. That's what I'm seeing right now. Everything they do is against our women. I have seen very few cases where they're raping white women. Now, most of the cases here, they're raping our women, and we don't see it on the news. It's just when it comes to them, it's not publicized. But when it's us, forever they've always demonized whatever we do, even if we didn't do it. And like you guys were saying, went back to Bill Cosby at the Playboy Mansion. They just released a documentary a few months ago, where they were talking about um, what's his name, that brand Playboy, Hefner, and had all these women coming out after the fact that he's dead. So I mean, it's been more than just Bill Cosby in this place. It's been these presidents, these senators. They're all in the middle of all this stuff. So no, they're never going to make those people accountable for what they do. I'll land my plane on that.
Yeah, I like your point of view. You know what I'm saying? Now, a lot of our people have that point of view you know, dealing in the law enforcement area. And yeah, like the cases that lead, you know, the Epstein Island, the Pizzagate, the cases that lead to high ranking and, you know, prestigious Caucasians, man, they run cold. You know, it's like somehow the FBI dropped the ball. Just like there's no RICO charges on the KKK. There's no molestation charges on these politics when there's a lot of evidence going on. Because I did my research on Pizzagate. It gets deep. And there's enough evidence to at least bring up charges. But
Yeah,
it never
man.
happens.
With this Pizzagate, man. Like, so you're reading up on it, checking up on it, and then like I have I have certain contacts. And, man, if they really want to blow this Pizzagate out of the window, man, it'll crash our government. It'll crash the United States government like it's never been before. Like you say, it goes deep. I mean, you're looking at, like I said, Clinton. You don't hear anything about Bill Gates. All of these people are involved in all of this stuff, man. That's why we have so many of our children, our women missing, mainly our young girls missing. I mean, you never hear about it. You never see an Amber Alert. Because nine times out of ten, our enemies are the ones that are behind the scenes that are controlling all of this. Yeah, we have our people that they got our foot in it, but we're the peons in a three-tier system. If you know what I mean. So I mean, it goes deep.
Yeah, they got emails, and they got the vocabulary, the words that they use. The same way they can identify a people of the YSL by the way they wipe their nose or the finger signs they throw up, and they locking them all into the RICO charge. They got languages that these pedophiles use and symbols that they use, and they got all that on record, man. They could bring, like you said, they could bring down probably the whole U.S. government if they wanted to. But you know, what I'm saying certain people get away with certain stuff in this society, the same way YSL and Young Thug of them wipe their nose and throw up their fingers a certain way. They start linking them up to certain people and certain things, and that's the same way these pedophiles move when they ordering quote unquote pizza and this, that, and the third, and you know. They got their code words and their vocabulary and their slang and the things they put up, the symbols. The same way they tracked all that down, they could do that. But certain people in this society in Babylon the Great get away with murder. And that's why this place gotta fall.
It's all
God,
right.
it,
It's
it
all
was
right.
brought out way back before it was brought out. God David Icke, even though people was questioning him, but he used to bring out a lot on the murders and a lot of the things that they used to do. He even brought out about George Bush and Bill Clinton taking people up on the plane and just throwing them out, just watching them. And then when you watch the Ice Cube, the Ice T movie, and I forgot the name of that movie, but that's actually things that happen where you bring people upstate and then you chase them through the woods and you try to kill them. They say those are actual things. Those is based on actual events that these devils is doing. Now you got in Houston. Now they say a large percentage of the women that's prostituted, black women are turning up, murdered, or something like that. There's something going on in Houston about that. I just somebody just sent me an article. So, the things that the devil beside the pedophilia, which that is tied up to Satanists and Aleister Crowley, because that was Aleister Crowley. This man molested over 100 little children, and he felt like when he was doing that, it was getting him closer to Satan because he was taking the soul from the child or something like that, some craziness. And this is what a lot of these guys follow. They remember they are satanic behind the scene. A lot of them are followers of Aleister Crowley. So that child molestation, it comes, and it goes way back from the Hamites. Also, when you go into Wisdom of Solomon, and you go into certain things about how they sacrificed their children and they did certain things. So, that's never going to really be exposed on a large level because too many high-powered, so-called high-powered people is involved in that. Yeah, brother, you wanted to say something? I saw you unmute your mic.
Uh, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm traveling. I'm following my ass. I'm up in the mountains. But yeah, like everything you were saying, all these high-ranking people. I think you mentioned something about the over in Houston. Yeah, that's a big area. I went there last year to help with some of their cases, and there was a case where there was a sister that got into an Uber, and she gave the Uber driver the directions to where she wanted to go, and she noticed that the vehicle didn't turn where it was supposed to turn, and she was telling the guy, "Say, hey man, you're turning the wrong way." And he never paid any attention to her. He just kept driving, and he went out to this warehouse district and pulled up to this big warehouse, and she had on, I think she had on heels or something, but she was able to, she knew something wasn't right. She couldn't get out, so she kicked the glass out and crawled out through the window and took off running down the street, and somebody ended up picking her up. And but yeah, they were bringing her to this warehouse through an Uber. No telling what would have happened to the sister from there. I think I know the feds. I think it was Texas Rangers ended up going into that where that warehouse was. When they got there was nothing there by the time they had gotten there. Um, yeah, so it's man, it's real. And pay attention around Halloween time. Pay attention to the missing children, especially up in the Carolinas. Um, I haven't got to work the cases. I know a couple of guys with CBA and stuff like that, CBI, and they have a lot of missing children that get adopted up in that area. And apparently, they take them up into the mountains up there in the Carolinas, and they do a lot of satanic rituals, and that's where they end up sacrificing and molesting a lot of kids around that time, around Halloween. So pay attention to those Halloween. Just one day, pull up and see how many kids are missing around Halloween time, especially up in the South Southern area. It'll blow your mind. People don't pay attention to things like that. I never did until I got into this field.
Brother Toby, yeah. So you said they do a lot of the abduction more towards like Halloween time and on the coastal areas of the United States and stuff.
I caught part of what you're saying. I'm sorry. I was in a bad area. I'm back in the stable area now.
Nah, you cool. No, I was just saying like they do more of the abductions more towards like certain holidays, like
Yes, sir.
Halloween.
Yes, sir.
And
Halloween is one of the biggest. Yes, sir.
that's crazy, y'all. Yeah, this society is evil as hell, man.
And it's starting to come up now. A lot of them around the Christmas, so-called, Christmas time, because um, organ donors and stuff like that. They're taking organs from our women, but for the time as well. They're doing that and it's giving it as a gift to somebody. Hey, here's a fresh liver. Here's a fresh uterus. Here, So yeah, man, it's wicked. It's getting wickeder as it goes on, man.
Gone. Yeah, Israel. If you guys have anything to add, raise your hand, come up to the stage. Great conversation, great topic. Um, you know, I don't know if Shaw Paul touched on the article up here, but if we can get a reader up here, that'll be great. All right.
Kind of, if someone could get into that article, that'd be what's up. I see brothers on the phone on stage. Certain brothers fell off. I'm rather busy right now, still dealing with stuff. You know what I'm saying, with the newborn. But the brothers could get into that article, and I had one more article I wanted to post to everybody that's used to the kosher breakfast. You know what I'm saying. I just want to say, Salakia, certain days I am going to be busy moving forward, with the newborn, getting my family adjusted. Usually it takes about 1 to 2 months, I would say, to fully adjust to the new life in the house. So y'all just bear with me, you know what I'm saying? I always do my best to feed the sheep. You know what I'm saying? Y'all bear with me, Yasha'Allah. Kwam Yasha'Allah.
Con, brother. You take your time, get your household straight. Dealing with this righteous seed, we want to do it right. But I want to bring out a scripture. It's all good. Uh, Hagar, chapter 2, and verse 22. 22. Uh, Hagar, chapter 2, verse 22. And I will overthrow the thrones of kingdoms, and I will destroy the strength of the kingdoms of the heathen, and I will overthrow the chariots, and those that ride in them, and the horses, and their riders shall come down, every one by the sword of his brother. And so, this wicked kingdom, you know, this thing will be overthrown because the wickedness has surely reach the heavens. We just touching on the little small stuff that we know, but just imagine the rest of the stuff that we don't know. You know what I'm saying? If we know this, just imagine what it is that we don't know. You know what I'm saying? As far as their wickedness will go, we know it has no end. But just to hear it is amazing that that this stuff is going on. Across the country, across the world. In all of the Edomite countries. The children of the devil. You know, and it's just crazy. And we just gotta keep these laws, statutes, and commandments, and we gonna see the end of all of this wickedness. And I rest right there.
Shalom, y'all were all in the building, man. Kwame Yasharala.
Kwame Ashala, what's going on?
You know what I'm saying? We just talking about the hypocrisy of America, you know, how they want to charge Bill Cosby for alleged rape that happened in 1974, but, won't come to terms with all the atrocities they have done to us.
Sounds about America.
I brought up this article about Charlie Sheen, how that man was, handing out HIV like he was on a flyer mission. Like he was handing out party flyers. The man was handing out HIV. And they got little, very, very little recognition from the media. But Bill Cosby, things he allegedly done, 50, 60, 70 years ago is like all over the news, like it just happened. When in reality, we have this a Caucasoid who's randomly sleeping with women and knowingly giving them HIV recently, and it's not all over the headlines like quote unquote Bill Cosby's debacles. You understand, King?
Absolutely, America is a hypocrite. They commit crimes and hold themselves not guilty, but hold you to the fullest extent of the law, because this place is not your rest, and it was not designed for you to have any type of justice here. This place is designed to use you up and spit you out, man. You know.
Con. You know, over here at the Kosher Breakfast, man, I just wanna point things out for our people to recognize because I seen that headline from yesterday to today. Like they made a headline yesterday and today that this woman, quote unquote, won a $500,000 in a lawsuit against Bill Cosby. Yeah, y'all, Salakia for the princess in the back. Hey, you know, quote unquote, won a lawsuit against Bill Cosby for something he allegedly did in the Playboy Mansion.
I want to talk about America's past crimes and how they block black families from getting affordable loans so that they could buy homes in the early establishment of the suburbs, which was an illegal practice. Which way? Turn this
Con,
way.
that redlining.
Salakia, my fault. That redlining, man, that was wicked, and that was unfair to the black family. But that's a crime of the past that the government acknowledges. What about the war on drugs, where they was purposely locking up black fathers, ruining their lives? But we forget that past. You know, to be black, you have to be insane. You just have to say my life gonna suck. People gonna do whatever they want to do to me, and I gotta accept.
God, God. There was a
Man,
lot of wickedness that went on. You know, in the 20s, World War I, the white soldiers was able to get free housing, especially if they had a family member. And it was said blacks don't even apply. Like black soldiers couldn't even apply for that. They gave them free housing. You know what I mean? Free homes and all type of stuff that these whites to build the so-called middle class white structure. They was given a lot of stuff. Okay, they was giving stuff way back then. Even when they broke down the Black Wall Street, some of the money that they took, they gave it to these white people to get their homes, and through their homes, they was able to get their business started because you could borrow off of your home, and then you get the mom and papa business. You know what I mean? The mama papa business. You get the Italian with the pizza shop for 30 years. Pass it down to his grandkids. You know what I mean? But it was started off of them getting loans from the banks to build that up. You know, so that's why you go to a guy on YouTube there, Tim Wise, and he tell you there was no whites had all type of privilege. The lie that whites worked hard for this and that. Yeah, they made them work hard in their little Italian store, doing a lot of hours. But how did they get that? Who loaned them the money to get that? While we couldn't get these loans to build these business. So, you know, these whites, like you said, you know, they wicked as hell when you go into white privilege and how they was giving so much money to build up a middle class while we wasn't really giving nothing. We had to do everything on our own. We got nothing from the government and we still don't get nothing really according to how we should as a people. You got the Ukrainians, you're giving them something like $30 million, 100,000 per family, free driver's license, free housing for a year. But what does the black man get? Nothing. We're biased all the way. If you look around, this country has been biased to us. We're not just complaining. We got facts to prove that. Like I say, the all white man, Tim Wise on YouTube, will expose the middle class white family structure. Now they was given anything. So we're not just complaining. It's facts.
That's right,
Absolutely.
Adawan. Hey, a brother sent me a link. The U.S. has been pronounced guilty of genocide on the books. Why haven't they answered for that? Can I post that link at the top?
Yeah, I'm tired of seeing that demon Charlie saying that scene anyway. Hey, go ahead, post it, huh?
If y'all can see it, let me know. It says the U.S. been found guilty of genocide on the books. You know,
Absolutely, my brothers. Hey, man, when I was on the teams in the Navy, I got to go, I went to a few different countries and did some training. And I remember when I went to the Soviet Union, talking to some of those Edomites over there. And they asked me, hey, how does it feel to be a black man living in America? I'm like, keeping it real with them. They're like, yeah, they teach us in history here that the United States um, has the greatest number of genocide versus any other country in the world. He's like, I don't understand why they treat your people that way. And I'm, still not, my head is still Esau. I still don't trust him as far as I can throw him. But they know about that stuff over there, and like something I didn't know about Russia. I have to go back and finish researching it. But like he was telling me, it was like you know stuff. He said we have he brought that up. He really didn't have the land here in the United States. Because was going off on
You're in the
the
matrix. You're
good
in the
will.
matrix, up.
We
You in the Matrix,
okay. So let me see here. Hold on. Still in the matrix there.
You sound better now.
Oh, okay. So, brothers. Yeah,
You back. You back in the Matrix. You back in the Matrix.
all right. How's that? Morning. How's that? How's that?
That's
That
better.
better?
Yeah,
All right. Sorry
con.
about that, brother. I'm walking. I was in the gun range there. I walked out. But yeah, they were saying over there, what they teach them over there in Russia and Ukraine about the American genocide and how they've never been held accountable for it. And this is before I even came into the truth. So I'm still, I'm listening. And he was like, we just know that's not fair because he was like, we know they're paying the Jewish people. Um, they're paying the Jewish people and they're paying the Japanese for things that y'all really didn't have that the United States feel like they need to be compensated for, but they don't compensate you guys. And I was like, no, they don't compensate us for anything. So he was shocked to hear that. And but that's what I get I bumped head with some of these Esau's up here like a couple weeks ago. I think they were in there watching Little House on the Prairie, and they're like, man, I wish we go back to them good old days. And so I made a comment. I'm like, you know what? I said, so what was so good about those days versus what we got going on now? Well, that's when they had family values. So I asked them, I said, so how many value black families did you see on Little House on the Prairie? I said, those were a number of crooks and thieves and criminals and murderers. They don't show you that part of Little House on the Prairie. This country has never, ever done anything for our people. It's always been to help their people. Even back, like you mentioned, Black Wall Street. Black Wall Street, we even had our people giving Edomites loans to build businesses, to build houses. They were getting loans from Black Wall Street. But then when Black Wall Street was all tore down and everybody was killed, they'd have to pay those loans back. They built on top of it.
Yeah, man. The hypocrisy is on another level. The hypocrisy of this country right here, man, it's on a whole nother level. Like, and people, anybody who acts like anybody who's turning a blind eye to that, acting like this doesn't go on, like it's nothing going on in America, like these coons, how they are. Anybody that's acting like that, bro, you're complicit. You're complicit with all of the atrocities that have been committed. That means you basically are a part of it. You might as well. You're a part of the problem.
Yes, sir. Hey, can I read this post that the sister had posted to my wife's Facebook page in reference to what you're saying? It's like we're new in the truth. My wife has finally come along. She's been diligent on it for the last year. Before this, just myself trying to get her to come along, but she wasn't feeling it. But because we had a couple of radical camps back in the day. I'm not saying any names, and they said certain things about having 12-year-old girls as wives and things like that. So that kind of had pulled my wife away from me wanting to learn the truth. But yeah, she got the studying and we getting down together. She's all aboard now. But so we really don't have a group up here. We thought we had a group up here that we could fellowship with, but I think one of the elders passed away. And then after that, the group kind of just went their own separate ways, and they tried to come back again a few months ago. Then that broke back off again. So we got to find somewhere to fellowship. But one of the young ladies that's in that group had put this right here. She put repentance is for all nations. And I go to say this because I have a lot of people who don't want to accept this truth. She said there is no race after death, plus only the spirit. She said I can't count how many times recently I've had white people step up to the plate to help me for things that I need and to get done. Not once have I had anybody from my own nation to help me with anything that I needed. So I go to say this again, that the truth is somewhat false, and I believe truly that all nations can get into the kingdom. Yes, that includes white people. So some brothers they hit it with some, we hit it with some scriptures on there for us, Acts 5:31, and some other scriptures. It's like now it's got Esau giving her a little bit of the sweet pie, and all of a sudden, okay, oh yeah, they're all good for us now. Like I told the sister, you can't trust it just because Esau give you something. That doesn't make them any better than what we are. I told that to a brother that works for us now. He was in a drug unit. I told him this a long time ago. I said, watch them. He's like, man, they good, man. Ain't nothing gonna happen, man. They got my back. And I said, okay, I'm telling you, you better watch them. You're the only brother on the drug unit. They're gonna turn their back on you. So sure enough, here we go. 2 years later, he come to me. He's in the drug unit, special forces. Special ops. I'm sorry. So he didn't have to wear uniforms or anything. He come into work one day with a ballistic vest on, handcuffs, everything. I'm like, man, well, what you got all this stuff on for? Oh man, they kicked me off the drug unit. I'm like, for what? Man, they didn't want me. Man, the white boys didn't want me hanging with them. He said, man, they be going out to the bars, drinking together. They don't ever invite me. And when they go certain places, I don't want to do it with them. So they felt like I wasn't part of the team. So they fired me from that, put me back on patrol. I said, what did I tell you? Man, I don't want to hear that shit. Tried to tell them. Same thing I told her. You can't trust what they try to give you. It may be sweet right now, but there's gonna be something else behind it. They'll burn your ass quick.
God. This is the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 7, verse 7. Surely oppression maketh the wise man mad, and a gift destroyeth the heart.
Mm, good script, bro. Good script. Whew.
Come, man. They bear gifts, or they give people these little extra perks to destroy their heart, their mind, you know what I'm saying, from being united with their people. And our people act like they can't see that. And that's why it's important sometimes to stay away from these little bug out groups, these little groups that they accept and Edomites. They might get 75%, they might get 70% true just to teach you 30% lies, right? They
Right.
be bugged out, man. A lot of these little splinter groups,
be bugged out, and that's why they're not prospering. You know what I'm saying? That's why they're not they can't last. Those congregations are off, man.
Yes, sir. That's why I said. But my wife and I, we were sitting down talking the other day, and like we just had a baby, So my wife is spending most of spending her time while I'm working, with the child. My wife, she's in the medical field. She worked during COVID. She worked 2 assignments, for 12 weeks. She got $200,000. We banked that. That way she can sit home with our child. And now she's like, I got all this time on my hands with the baby. She said, because she's really digging into the script. So she called me up. She's like, hey, babe, we gotta find a family to go, to go fellowship with on the Saturday and then go to class. And I'm like, I agree with you, but the part of Alabama when we were in, there's not one. It was that little group that we were under for a little bit, and the closest one is 100. Got one 100 miles in each direction. We got Birmingham. I think IUIC's there. The IUIC camp in Birmingham. Nashville. And two camps over in Chattanooga. So
Hey,
two camps. So
Salakia, we got our brother Lamech out there in Alabama, and he was on the road for a while driving trucks, but he just got a schedule change where he could get the Sabbath off. So just hit me with your information. I'm gonna see if I can link you in.
oh man, I appreciate that. We would definitely love that because we've been. It's hard. I mean, you can learn, but you still. I gotta have more, grounded brother that know. Like, 'cause I'm new in this truth. I can't be a baby and think I know everything.
Con.
And I appreciate it. So yeah. So we just like you said, man. I learned that it was a sweet learning. I learned that I have to stay away from the small little splinter groups because it's not lasting. I mean, when you're like I'm structured. Before becoming in law enforcement, I was in the Navy. I was a SEAL. So I've always been prone to structure. And then, like in that type of environment, this environment, let's say if my chief petty officer, command petty officer command master chief gets killed, guess what? Somebody else got to step up to the plate and be able to lead that and lead. Same here in law enforcement. My lieutenant get killed. We're doing something. Somebody else got to be able to take lead. So I learned when this happened, it wasn't no structure. So it's like when the head got cut off, it was like roaches started scattering. People start cheating on their wives, and wives start cheating on their husbands, and it was all kind of crazy stuff going on. So me and my wife, like, you know what? We stepping back. We're not getting in the middle of all this. So because like she said, she just got her foot grounded and she's loving it, and she don't want to regress and backtrack. And then when old girl had sent that message to us and everything, and then she was like, "Yeah, baby," that she said it's real. When these last, you can tell that it's coming. And so, like I told my wife, just stay in those scriptures. I said, because it's gonna be worse for her. I think I don't have my scriptures with me, but I think it's Second Peter 2:20 and Hebrews 6:4. I think speaks about that. So because I was going. Can one of you brothers hit those two scriptures for me and make sure that I'm on point with those scripts right there?
You can bring out the scriptures if you want. I'm a little tied up with family, but don't forget to hit me in my back channels, okay?
I'm sorry, you broke up right there, my brother.
Nah, I said you can post some scripture if you want. I'm a little tied up with the family right now, but before I get completely tied up with the family, don't forget to hit me in my back channels.
Yes, sir. I sure will. I actually send you a message right now.
Uh,
Send you my info.
all
I,
praises.
I really appreciate that, man. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out where we're going next. So good. Yes, sir. I shot you my info.
What scriptures you asked for again?
It was Second Peter 2:20, and the other was Hebrews 6:4.
Okay, Con. 2 Peter 2:20, and it reads, For if after they have escaped the pollutions of the world through the knowledge of the Lord and Savior, Hamashiach Yahawashah, they are again entangled therein and overcome. The latter end is worse with them than the beginning.
Yeah. What I was taking from that is since has the knowledge, she has the knowledge of this truth. She's been in this truth. Now that she's, I guess, backpedaling back to the world, it's going to be worse for her. It's going to be worse for her in the end. Am I am I throwing that out of context?
Nah, yeah, man. The world just being trying to mix this truth with the world. It's gonna be worse for her in the end.
Okay. Con. Yes, that's what I script I brought out to my rib. So
And you said Hebrews 6:4.
yes, sir.
Okay, this is the book of Hebrews, chapter 6, verse 4, and it reads, "For it is impossible for those who were once enlightened and have tasted of heavenly gift, Salakia, of the heavenly gift, and were made partakers of the Holy Ghost," verse 5, "and have tasted the good word of God and the powers of the world to come," verse 6, "if they shall fall away, to renew them again unto repentance, seeing they crucify themselves, the Son of God afresh, and put him to an open shame." All right, want to break that down?
Yeah, I was just well, if one of you brothers can break that down for me. I was in my, still learning. I thought that kind of tied into the other script, with her walking away from this truth, and I wasn't for sure if that's going to make it harder for her to accept the truth again or come back into the truth. I just need a little understanding on those scripts right there.
Oh
Some
yeah,
brothers could help
so
me out with that.
so she walked away from the truth, or
Yeah.
was she just saying she's gonna be in the truth, but she want to accept Esau now?
Yes, sir.
She's still gonna be in the truth though, or she saying she just walking away.
She's saying that only thing she said all nations. Well, she put it all nations to be accepted. A lot of stuff that we're learning is not right, and the only way that we're going to get into the kingdoms we accept these other nations, but at the same time we still got to keep the law, statutes, and commandments. So I'm like, I was kind of
Yeah, it's confusing. It's that's a scripture that applies to her will be more so. She's lukewarm. You know what I mean? She's not walking fully away from the truth. If a person does do that, it's just like a dog eating his own vomit, right? That's what the scriptures say. You know, it's a nasty thing to see. It's just ridiculous to see. You know what I'm saying?
yes, sir.
Revelations 3 verse 16 says this: "I know thy works, that thou art neither hot, Salakia, that thou art neither cold nor hot. I would thou wert cold or hot. So I would rather you be cold or hot," is what the Most High is saying. Verse 16. "So then, because thou art lukewarm and neither cold or hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth." Right? So when you take, that type of stance and say, go against what the scriptures are saying, that Esau gets salvation. The scriptures don't say that. You get salvation for the plantation. The scriptures don't say that. It says that though he sought repentance carefully with tears, there's no repentance for Esau. So that's what the scriptures say. If you go against that, what I'm saying, for your own, worldly reasons or whatever, then you're lukewarm, and the Most High will spew you out of his mouth. He don't want you. You know what I'm saying? So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
that
Great,
would
man.
more closely apply to her.
Okay, I appreciate that, man. I'm gonna get off, let somebody else speak, but yeah, man, this truth is real. Like, I think I don't know if I told you guys in this group or another group, but a couple of weeks ago I went to a meeting over in Orange Beach, Florida, for were resource officers. And I was coming out of the meeting, and I had a shirt on, had my fringes and everything, and all of a sudden I heard a brother. He might be in the room. I invited him to. He never heard of Clubhouse, so he came on the other day. He said, "Man, I'm glad you showed me." He's like, "I'm glad you told me about that. Man, I'm hooked on it now." So he listened to it like I do when I'm at work. He was a police officer, but he said he was just shocked. He didn't know how to approach me. He said 'cause he said he wasn't paying attention in class. He said he kept looking at my fringes and the way I was carrying myself. He said he didn't even catch what was going on in class. So when I walked out, they gave him his opportunity. He came up, and spoke to me, he shalom me, and it kind of threw me off because it's 97, 98% Edom there, and then he shalom me, and he went about his way. And he kept looking, so I made my way to go talk to the brother. So I went and spoke to him because he's in Troy, Alabama, and it's 99.9% Edom. And he said he's been, following some brothers online and stuff. Just caught his attention. So he's been trying to follow it ever since. And then he said just threw him off guard to actually see a brother. Especially he was asking me, how do you separate it being what we do from the truth? I said it's a big separation. You got to follow the law, statutes, and commandments and stay circumspect and do what you have to do. I said there's certain, you got to bite your tongue on a lot of things, but then at the same time, I had another brother walk up to me, shalom me, fully in the truth. He's with the FBI. He and I were talking. He was like, man, he said so many brothers on the feds that's in the truth. He said, like I told him, man, I haven't met that many brothers in law enforcement that's in the truth. I met a few, but now for me it's like validation that you can't deny, man. We everywhere we deep, we're waking up, and just to see that many brothers in the truth and law enforcement to me, man, that just put a big smile on my face.
Salaki. Baba Kashar, give me Matthews 15:9, just to let me back on what you had brought out earlier. And this for the brother, something that you can carry with you and, maybe speak to your rib on as well. Yeah, give me that, King. You don't know. What?
Con. This is the book of Matthew, chapter 15, verse 9. But in vain they do worship me, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men.
So what that's saying is, man, don't let nobody influence you or your rib that the Lord came to save everybody, um, because that's a vain way of thinking, and that's man's way. The men want you to believe what they want to believe to sort of to satisfy their thoughts. So you definitely don't want to do that. Revelations 1:3 says, "Blessed he that readeth." So continue to read these scriptures, man, and like you said, get with a body that you can trust in and that touch your spirit and build on that. Okay, and I yield.
Yes, sir. Thank you, brother. Most definitely. Yeah, man, I'm glad you guys we touched on this. I didn't mean to change the subject, but it just kind of went that way. But I appreciate it.
Shalom, everybody. Can you hear me?
Con.
Yeah, I'm reading the article, right? I don't know if I'm coming up with the reason why Bill Cosby got locked up, but he owns over 100 acres of land in West Boston, 100 miles west of Boston. And I'm reading this article. It says that he was against the pipeline, the oil pipeline that's under his property. They trying to like do a pipeline under his property, and I noticed that they was wanting him to sell his property, and he said no. And I got the article right here. Hold on 1 second.
Says Bill Cosby, comedian Bill Cosby and his wife Camille are supporting protesters marching across the state in opposition to the Kinder Morgan's proposed natural gas pipeline. The couple, who own who own hundreds of acres of protected land in Sherburne Falls, about 100 miles west of Boston, have been opposed to the pipeline since the company notified them last winter of the plans to survey their property. The couple, through the spokesman, said that it was astonishing that that New England's six governors support the proposal, which they said shows disrespect. I'm sorry, Slovakia shows disrespect for humans. Supporters of the 3.75 billion Northeast Pipeline extension project say it will provide more clean burning domestic natural gas to the Northeast East market. So I know that they were trying to buy the land, and this is what I'm thinking. They tried to lock Bill Cosby up so his wife can come off the land and probably sell the land because they were against the pipeline. So I don't know how that connects to his jail time, but it is suspect how, a half a billionaire, where his money's supposed to protect him. Like, when you got a $500 million, you don't go to jail for bullshit. Your money protects you, especially something that happened 40 years ago. You know, I don't understand how his money didn't protect him against a bullshit ass court case. So I deal with that.
Yeah, his money don't protect him because he an Israelite. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the scriptures tell you that your money
Con.
ain't gonna save you.
Yes, sir. Look at Wendy Williams when Dr. Oz was on her show. He was asking, "You gonna get that COVID vaccine?" And she was like, "No, I'm not getting the COVID vaccine." And he looked at her like, "Well, you have a lot of followers." He was like, "Are you sure you're not going to get the vaccine?" And she's like, "I'm positive I'm not getting the vaccine." What happened a few days later? Man, Wells Fargo closed down her bank account with millions of dollars in it. Can't touch it. When you go against them, they got to push up a button or they got a hitman. That's how it works.
Yeah, money don't protect them because it's bigger than money. Sometimes it's about a message. You think the white man cares about money, man? He got
Yes,
all the
sir.
money in the world. He prints money. He's
Con.
gonna make a message, man. He's getting ready to make a message, a statement. Something that money ain't gonna get you out of.
Yes, sir.
And he's a greedy bastard, but it ain't about money. When he wants to make a statement, a message, it's bigger than
Yeah.
money. In that case.
Just how they did. Just like they did. What's old boy? From Wild 'N Out, Nick Cannon came out with those bold statements. No, you're not really deep in the truth, but the brother did come out with some, some information. Man, they hit him, had him going back, sucking his thumb, apologizing, donating them tens of millions of dollars. Your money don't mean nothing. They got more than you do.
Nick Cannon, just like last week or something, he came into the IUIC room, and he came in there with his followers and some people in the industry, and they kept it 100. I will say IUIC, they they spiritually dogged him out, and it was like to 6 in the morning. They kept their room over like 6 in the morning, dogging out Nick Cannon and his minions.
I'm about to find that. What was that? Was that posted on social media?
Yeah, I think they got it. I knew they probably posted on YouTube, but it was in the IUIC room. You know, they IUIC got a room. Sometimes I come in there and hear what they talking about, but it was in their room. Like, it had to be about 5 days ago.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I mean, the brother tried to come out, and man, it didn't take long. It was about 2 weeks. Viacom hit him up, and they were like, "Hey, you got to do this and do that." Brother had to go sit down and learn from a from an ish, don't call him Jewish, from an ish rabbi, and he made
God.
this public apology of how he was wrong, and he needed to get some education and be edified. I'm like, damn.
God. But you gotta understand the white man knows exactly who to talk to and who to play that with. They're not gonna they're not gonna take Priest Torah on CNN and challenge him on the nationality of his people and what the Bible is saying. They're not gonna do that. They got a file on brothers. They know who to do that with. They know Nick Cannon is not deep. They know what he knows based on what he says, and they know who to do that with. Right? They're not gonna bring Priest on CSNBC so that he could go in on them with the Bible and with precepts. They're not gonna allow that. They're not gonna let Alice, nobody. They're not gonna let you do that, right? What they're gonna do is they're gonna play a game with you. They're gonna act simple, and they're gonna pick on your superstars, the people with notoriety, and attack them because they know that mentally, them people do not know how to handle themselves in these types of situations. You think Kanye West is going to know what to say? Yeah, he's talking that Israelite stuff. Yeah, but do you think he knows what to say if they brought him on Fox News and challenged him on what he believes? No. They know that Kanye can't handle himself like y'all brothers can. So they would love to expose him, and that'll turn millions of people away from the truth, but they not gonna talk to a brother like us who could bring people towards the truth because we know what to say and what to do. Same thing with Louis Farrakhan. The, they used to put Louis Farrakhan in the 80s and the early 90s on 2020 and all them shows, and then they realized we can't deal with this nigga. He's making us look simple. So they banned him completely. He just blackballed. You understand? And this is the way Esau play, man. So you know he's not stupid. He knows what's going on. He
Salakia,
knows
y'all all they also
exactly what he's
tried
doing.
that with the elders from One West, like the Howard Stern show and other Maury Povich and stuff like that too. Remember?
Yeah, and they tried to make a
Uh,
joke out of it, but brothers wasn't laughing. But did they bring brothers back after they realized what brothers is coming with? No, absolutely not. And they know. And listen, stop underestimating Esau. That's why I feel sad for the brothers on this app. Like the niggas that scoff us and go against us, they have no idea who the white man is that they trying to love. They don't know who he is. They don't understand. This devil is genius. The Bible says all of his thoughts are deep. Don't underestimate this devil. You think he's not listening to every clubhouse room, waiting for us to say, yeah, we're going to mobilize and rise up? First of all, we're not going to do that. The Lord is going to lift us up. We're just going to be patient and gather his flock. So, Esau, you can never accuse us of no type of terrorism. You the damn terrorist, number one. But number two, they got files on brothers, man. They know exactly who to talk to. That's why when y'all brothers was in DC, they edited it carefully. They try to get cute with the editing and everything. But did they pull Yaquataz aside and talk to him? Did they pull Ephraim aside or Shalpar and put them on camera and ask them, why are y'all here? Hell no. They not gonna do that because they know better than that, man. And now our opponents on this app is constantly trying to love this damn devil, and he's strategizing how to destroy us, man. And we can't get them to see it. That's why I be frustrated. That's why I be wishing I was a better teacher. Like, it gotta be a way to convert these coons, man, because this app making me sad. Right now, while you making this room, they got a room, Hebrew doodoo lights. Who saw that? That's what they called us. Hebrew doodoo lights. Where
That's
is
that
they
idiot Jacob. That idiot is an idiot dude that
but
think he know the
but
Bible.
but
He
where
made
is
that
they
room.
rooms? Where is they rooms criticizing Ishmael? Where is they rooms criticizing Moab, kicking your women in the face in the stores? Where is they room getting against the Mormons, the Jehovah Witness, the Catholics, molesting boys? They don't got no rooms for that. But they gonna make room slandering us, their own brothers, because we love our own people, man. This is sick, man. I need to understand what are we gonna do to convert these brothers, or do we just have to let them be destroyed and stop stressing it? Because I be stressing it. I ain't gonna lie.
You know what? I'm
Yeah,
gonna say
let them
this
be
too.
publicans.
Salakia, the worst I seen in Clubhouse is from God from I don't know if they call themselves Israelites, and I don't know if they Old Testament or whatever. It's about I guess about 15 to 17 of them, and they come on not to feed the flock, but to cause confusion. And we saw that 2 weeks ago. We saw them post a video and just laugh at it to and just cause all kind of confusion amongst 3 to 4 different camps. And I would never have done that in the spirit of me and loving Israel. I could have never done that. It's brothers that you would think they got Israelite names. They come on here as though they with the word, and they're pretty educated in the word, but they're using it to go against Israel. So I witnessed that. I guess it was 10 days ago.
What was that? There's a bunch of. I bet they had a bunch of Yiddish names though.
It was him. It was a couple of them, and it's a couple. They all don't like One West, but they got Israelite names. And would you apologize for this? And you guys at One West with the doctrine is about. When they have a room open, they top out at about 30, but it's them, and then they would like come on to make One West Israelites look bad, and then they talk about all the camps low key though, like in a kind of low key way. Like y'all can't be listening to everything that they saying because they're a little off, but they got Israelite names themselves. I the spirit of being an Israelite is not to go against your brother. I'm saying that I'm that's how I feel about it. Not to go against your brother at nothing, especially on the app. And I feel like if you have something that your brother is in error of, you could get with that brother on the side chat or whatever, but not to throw it out there so 200 people can be like, well, I don't know, these brothers is off. They going against each other. That is so disturbing, bro. I yield with that.
Yeah, man, it's very disturbing. It's man, it's yeah, it's so frustrating. Words can't you can't even describe it with words. It's just like you'll see brothers on the streets teaching. It was backtrack that. Back in the day, you would all not all the time, but you'll see Christians out there teaching Christianity with images of Caesar Borgia, and people walk by, they may stop and listen and shit, give them a nod or something, keep going. But then the moment we have our nation of people out there, and we come out with our teachings, at that time everybody comes out and everybody's against you. That ain't the image of God. Then they throw scriptures out of context. Well, the Bible says you shouldn't make any no graven images. But why didn't you tell the white boy down the street that when you just saw him with this big ass picture of Caesar Borgia? You know, um, Nobody wants to come out and have anything to say about the word until brothers start coming out with the truth. When it's lies that's being screwed out there, everybody's fine with it. We're in la la land. So when the truth comes out, that's when people start getting upset and that anger starts to manifest. That's so crazy to me. you know, and like my wife said when we first came into the truth, she said, I don't understand why some of our people get upset when you're trying to show them and you're telling them and you're showing them with scripture that you are the chosen people. Why we got people that get mad? But when they tell us we're a piece of shit and we ain't nothing and we niggas, oh, we fine with that. But when they tell you that you are the greatest people on this world in this world, you got a problem with that.
Con,
And you got a problem with it.
I'm telling my brothers we are the most elite humans on the planet, and they people get mad. I don't understand that.
Yeah, I can't understand it. I mean, it's like, and it's like our people want to accept being mediocre or being less. It's just like, for example, when I tried out for the SEAL team, I think I was probably the history of the SEALs. I was probably not the 46th or the 47th so-called Black SEAL, and that he saw them. They didn't make it easy on me, man. They didn't make it easy on me at all. I failed out of I failed out of the second evolution. I came back again. I got started. I got the third evolution. I started back at that third evolution. I didn't give up. They started me back where I stopped at, where I failed out at, and I kept going. And finally, I made the team. But they didn't make that easy on me, and I knew I was better than the best than all the rest. But at that time, I wasn't mentally ready for it because I was always taught and shown that, hey, you mediocre. I didn't know I was. Once I really got it in my mind, still like my dad had to sit down with me. Think, man, you great. You can do anything you want to do. Once I got that spill through him, man, I was going through Esau all day in training, in SEAL training. They tried to make me quit. I wouldn't quit. And it's just like now, like I said, we tell our people, man, you the greatest people on this earth. Man, what you talking? So what about the white dude? What about the white kid? We're talking about you, man. Why you trying to save those who want our destruction? I don't understand. I can't understand it, and I get frustrated with it. And I know we're not supposed to turn our hands on our brother, but sometimes I want to just jump up and slap one and say, man, listen. But I can't do that.
Yeah, man. You want to just give somebody a big spiritual slap sometimes, or actually physical.
Yeah. This is one thing nobody told me when I went through this training, and I put that to life today, even in this truth. He said, if you're going to learn anything, there's two ways you learn something, and there's two ways only. And that's going to be through repetition, or it's going to be through blunt force trauma. and so I'll put that to what I've learned today, man. It's repetition, going through these scriptures, learning from you guys. I may have to read something and get this precept over and over again to learn it. And I don't want the blunt force trauma, but the most I make it seem be, I might have to, you might hit me with something blunt. I don't know what it may be, but like he said, there's two ways to learn. And we got to teach our people. It's going to be repetition or blunt force trauma. There's only two ways you're going to learn. And I believe that.
It's just like one of the brothers just said in the chat, man. These other nations, they act like the shit is true. They act like the shit they made up is true. They run with it. They run with all these lies. Like now, even if what we believe was a lie, they run with the lies. What we believe is the truth, and people still won't run with it. You see what I'm saying? But even if they thought it was a lie, this puts you on another level. Why wouldn't you want to run with it? The other nations, they run with they lie like they on top, like they the chosen people. So to me, it's gotta be self hate, but you don't even want yourself to be put on a pedestal. You just, you know what I'm saying? Like that's ridiculous as hell. Like that's dumb as hell. Who don't want that? Like even if it was a lie, why don't you just run with it? The other nations run with they lie. It's not a lie though. But the thing is like, damn, you sit back and you watch all these other nations run with they false religions and everything they made up in their history to try to exalt themselves. But then when we give you our history exalting us, you fighting against it. You know what I'm saying? Like coons, I don't understand coons. I'm telling you, I do not get them, and I never will. And honestly, I don't like y'all all said. What are we gonna do with them? Shit, gun line boss. That's all I know. Eventually,
Yeah, I got so many coons that work here with me. Like I was sitting talking with a sister the other day, was trying to find, we're going to, she saw me, I was in my office and I had my pocket file. She asked, what is that? I explained to her what it was. And she said, so what's your religion? I'm like, I don't have a religion. I'm Israelite, you're Israelite. So what do you mean by that? And so I'm talking to the sister about it, and she's like, well, yeah, I believe. And so first thing I did, I gave her went to Revelation, went to Daniel, showed her, we are the people of this book. And she was like, well, I've always been taught that he looks like whoever he manifests himself to. And I'm like, what you mean by that? She said, like, he may look different to you, He may look different to this person. I said, well, I tell you what. I said, show me in the scriptures where it says that. I said, do you believe in the Bible? She was like, yeah. I said, well, show me in the scripture where it says that he appears differently to everybody else. And she's like, man, you know what? You know what? You're right. I never thought about that. You're right. And so I just, for the last couple of days, I've been kind of talking to about truth. I didn't want to go into the Esau thing with it yet. I kind of want to ease into it a little bit. So she told me some stuff I didn't know about her. Like she used to be married to Esau, and she was like, things that you pointing out is right. She was like, because she's like, sometimes she said we've been in bed at night having sex or whatever, and he like to choke me and call me a nigger bitch and all kind of stuff like that, and I accepted. I thought it was just his turn on. I'm like, no, that's what's deeply rooted
Wow.
inside. That's what's deeply rooted inside of them. And man, she was
Wow.
like, man, all this stuff is making sense to me now. She says, all makes sense. She says, I'm just glad that I didn't have any kids with her. But she was like, I'll say this. After marrying one of them, she's like, I learned. She said, I always thought the grass was gonna be green on the other side. And she said, um, so she married a white guy. He was an attorney. And she said, so I always thought he was going to take care of me financially and this and that. But she was like, at the end of the day, I got my own career, and he didn't really like that. He wanted to be in control. And it's just, it's a fact. Anybody that works in law enforcement, most in law enforcement, we all got somewhat of an alpha trait. You want to be in control. You can't do this job. You can't do this job being soft. Being soft in the job will get you killed. That's just a fact. And he didn't like her. What he tell her one day? Oh, you just being like all the other black nigga bitches or something like that. So she's like, at that point, she knew she had to leave him alone. And now she said, now I realize that there's no other men greater than the men the melanated men. So I kind of brought into the truth just a little bit. I'm easing her into it, but when she told me that, I'm like, man, that's your validation. So then I started taking and showing the Esau and the Bible and stuff like that. She said, damn, it all makes sense. And yeah, they used to choke her, call her nigga, and you want
Wow.
to do this and do that. I'm like, damn.
That's crazy. And it's just like I was talking about that earlier, how our women would rather be bed wenches for Esau. You know what I'm saying? And don't even and like her, she probably didn't even realize she was being a bed wench for Esau. And and then once they find out, Esau don't give a fuck about you. Most of the time they actually the women just keep going with it because of the money or whatever reason they dealing with the Edomite. It's definitely trying to get into a better financial position and a better position and all that. But yeah, man, our women, Esau uses our women as a sword against us. Then they just use them as bed wenches. But then their women, they use their women, like we were talking about earlier, to extort the rich black men and take all the wealth back. And it's just like, damn, you know what I'm saying? The black men is just like we out here on the island by ourselves fighting. And goddamn it, you know what I'm saying? They our women want to be, they want to be prosperous in this nation. They want to be a part of this society and world so bad that they actually turn against us or go to jumping in the bed with the damn Edomite, you know?
Like I got a cousin right now, cousin. Um, we kind of lost touch, growing up and stuff, and we finally got back in touch with each other maybe about a year and a half ago, and we've been talking. And she was a superintendent for a school district up in Colorado, and I know that she always moved from Colorado to Arizona to Florida, back and forth, back and forth. And so I just gave me a social media, so I looked on the social media page, and this is after she and I started speaking about, the truth, letting her know who she is in the scriptures, because she always wondered. She was like, she looked at our Facebook page. She said, why your wife? Man, she got her head covered. I know she didn't wear dresses when my wife, like I said, she's doing the truth. And my wife, she was a blue jean woman. Didn't own a pair of jeans at all, but now, she's modestly dressed, head covered, special, and she saw us. She said, why'd your wife and your daughter put their head cover? Why they cover their head when y'all pray? And I explained the truth to her. So she was intrigued. And she's, man, highly intelligent, very smart. So start bringing her to the truth. Actually, sent her some links because we live so far apart from each other. And so finally got on her Facebook page and looked at her Facebook page, and I saw on every page she was with this older Edomite guy. And I'm like, and so I asked, I said, who's the dude you with? She said, that's my fiance. And I'm like, oh. So I didn't know you was engaged to a white guy. And she was like, yeah. She said, but you know what? I'm kind of having second thoughts about it. She said, you know, you kind of put me in this truth, and I'm looking at it because she said I was in denial about who Esau was in the scriptures. But she said, I saw when you guys been engaged. She was like, well, we've been engaged for like 4 years. And I'm like, what drew you to him? But if you see my cousin, man, she's knockout, man. She's knockout gorgeous. She's beautiful. This dude, like 60 years old, from Germany. He owns like a whole lot of different little businesses. So I figured that's why she's with him, because she's driving around in Maseratis and Lamborghinis and stuff like that. And I'm not like I said, I know that's why she's with him. And I'm like, you know, you got your own career, you're retired. But she was like, what kind of drew her away from, drawing her away from him. He was one of his employees. He gave his employees some Christmas bonuses or something. And one of the ladies came up to her and was like, man, I want to thank God, thank God for this, for this bonus, whatever the bonus was. And he got pissed off, and he said, why in the hell is she thanking God? Why she ain't thanking me? And she said at that point, that's when she knew something. She was like, damn, she said, it just didn't resonate with me right. And so ever since then, she's been telling me, and she's like, I'm struggling with this, I'm looking at the scriptures and I'm seeing where it says it needs to be away from, we can't go into the other nations. Even her own daughter found it in the scriptures and was telling her that, she's not even, she hadn't even been studying like we have. But, so for a while she's been struggling with that. And every day she's like, I'm going to go ahead. I got to make this move and do this. And all of a sudden, I guess I ain't hear from her like in 7 months, man. And I go back just to check on the social media. And sure enough, here they all hugged up, kissed up. I said, he got us soaked in. And I'm like, damn, Cindy, yeah. And it's like, what do you do? What can you say? But like you said, they're chasing that money. And she don't need his money, but I guess more money is more money to her. My wife said the same thing. My wife's like, this woman could probably have any man on this planet. Why she with this old ass white man? I'm like, man, ah, I stiff neck people.
And when a white man can call a black woman a nigger bitch, and then she stay with him, it shows that she's the weaker vessel off top.
Yes, sir. I was surprised she even told me that. But you find that a lot in law enforcement. Most of the, I say more than half of the brothers that's in this that wear this uniform, they like them celebrities, man. They chase and they love Edom, and that's who they want. And I always tell these young guys, them brothers that I train, because I've been wearing this badge for a long time, man. And I told them two things this badge to get you: to get you some ass, and to get you fired, or to get you killed. And what I mean by that is women don't be chasing these women, because these Edom women, they gonna get you caught up, they gonna get you in trouble, and you're a brother in a uniform too. And that's two times the evilness, man. So you got to watch them. They're gonna be on you, and they're gonna get you caught up. They're gonna get you fired. They're gonna get you hurt or killed by somebody else. And sure enough, every year, see a brother losing his badge or getting whooped by some Edomites up in the club. They didn't jump him because he missed one of their women. I always tell them. I always say the same thing, man. Tried to tell you. I showed you, but a lot of people don't want to listen when it comes to Edom.
Yeah, I be seeing Esau. When I was working punching the clock, I see him like on his lunch break, and the sisters trying to hang out with him for lunch. I know he probably buying their lunch and all that, but when he's in the room, they check their spirit, bro. I mean, they act like young ladies in front of Esau, and then you catch them in the break room, they don't even look at your ass. That's going around, man.
Yes, sir. Man, what is that Edom? Man, I'm trying to find that article. I listen to go to different things when I'm on YouTube. It's a lady. Her and her husband got a YouTube channel. They call him the Watchman. Her name Deboria, and I think hers is called Redirected. But I think I'm finding it right now. She had an article talking, and I see the second time I saw this, I think one of the Sakari groups was talking about this Edomite. Yeah, there we are. Subject: this is black women. We need to mix our DNA with yours. Um, Billionaire Peter Nygaard, that's his name, Nygaard. So what he's been doing, And it's a video. He's sitting at the table with about two very attractive sisters, and he's sitting there with these other genetic scientist guy, and they're talking about. And so what he's doing, he's paying these sisters $100 to get them pregnant to abort the fetus, so he could get the stem plants to make himself look younger. And so you got all these beautiful sisters hanging out with this billionaire guy who don't give a damn about you. And he's telling them at the table, he's like, I'm gonna give you. And one of them asked, "Is it going to hurt?" He laughed. He's like, "Yeah, it's going to hurt." But they want to take $100 from this billionaire guy for him to put his seed in them, for him to strip it out of them to use the stem cells. So apparently, supposed to be a couple of governments trying to bring him up on charges of kidnapping. I think he's been kidnapping sisters doing the same thing, getting them pregnant. And when they get so far pregnant, he'll abort the fetus and then dump them on the streets or something like that. That's how wicked they are. And some of our people fall for these, but eat them. They got this money.
You
Yeah,
ever
Peter
thought that's why
Nagar.
they keep coming up missing? That's why
Oh, I
women
know.
probably coming up missing.
Oh yeah, I know this. I know for a fact behind what I do. That's the reason why. And it's crazy because on one of those articles, he's talking. You hear him talking to back and forth. Another article, he was saying they use our women's body parts and our genetics because it's a lot more superior than their women. So when they decide to use the organs or the genetics from our women, they know it's going to work because it's stronger, and our women they put out more whatever this gene is they're looking for, and that's why they don't use white women. So that's why we have so many. Like I tell these women when I go do these seminars, keep your eyes on your children, on your daughters especially. That's why we have such a large number of our little queens, little girls missing, and it's Esau. No, man, this black market for organs, man, it's off the chain, man. It's a market. That's what it is. It's a market. It's like going to the store and getting do you want lean beef or do you want the fatty beef? That's what it is when it comes to these organs. That's how they look at our women. That's how they look at us. And I guarantee, yeah, because they said they're trying to get us. They didn't go in detail about the kidnapping charges of Peter Nygard, but I guarantee you, he got some bodies lined up somewhere. They probably just ain't saying nothing yet. He got that billionaire money. White wouldn't rephrase that. Esau billionaire money, not Jake billionaire money. But yeah, if I have a chance, check him out, Peter Nagard.
Just to reset the room. This is the Crown of Thorns, and the topic of the day is Bill Cosby guilty of past crimes, but not America? Not America, KK cunt, huh? Bill Cosby guilty of past crimes, but America's not guilty of their past crimes? What you got to say? What you got to say? Chime in, raise your hands, come to the stage, add to the bill. Shalom, Makar. Yabashima Shabbat.
Shalom, Shalom. Yahweh Shabbat. Yeah, that just goes to show you the hypocrisy of America. They do that all the time with us. They sit up there and bring up our past records, especially black men. You know what I'm saying? And they hold that against you. You see, every time they kill one of us, they run and bring up our criminal history, or if we have one. You understand? They do that all the time, just as a smear campaign.
Yes, sir.
We're crybabies. You know what I'm saying? Get over it. That was years ago. Da da da. You know what I mean? But you can't bring up their past, the credibility of their past. America is the white man is a hypocrite. He's a stone cold hypocrite, man. And as far as what the brother was talking about, with the sisters, yeah, they're not only taking body parts, as far as organs and stuff, but they taking these sisters' uteruses. They had the one transplant down there in Brazil, and now they're trying to do it in India. Where you think they getting those uteruses from? They ain't taking the white woman. She's barren. She can't have kids. She's the reason why they're out there trying to have their men have kids because she can't. See what I mean? Esau is a desperate, desperate beast right now, and he's going to get wilder. You know what I mean? Hey, Shalom.
Yes, sir. And going back to what you were saying about how they try to bring up our past criminal records, and you're right, man. I've seen it so many times when I was on the streets, working regular patrol and having to sit in on court. I think this was 2 years ago. There was a brother that was arrested. I think it probably made small headline news. 19-year-old brother was arrested for burglary, and I believe that wasn't his first offense, but man, I guess he sat back and he studied some case law for cases that happened in that same city. It was tried under that same court district under that same judge. So his attorney and him came forward and they were like, "Hey, this is what we want. I want the same sentence that you gave these same 19-year-old white men that have been charged with the same exact crime I've been charged with, and have the same number of points off in the system that I have. I want the exact same sentence that you gave them." And that sentence was like community service and like a small amount of house arrest. So they knew they were going to try to throw the books at him. And so, and like you said, man, they try to put your past record on us, and charge us for things, charge us according to that. But the brother came up with a good defense, and it was documented, and it was like he wanted to be tried under case law. They brought up all these cases for them to study, and he wanted the same exact sentence that everybody else got, the same age, same crime. And they looked at him like he was crazy. Like, we really like he had the audacity to ask that. Like he said, I'm not saying
Uh,
I'm innocent. I'm guilty, but I want to be treated just like everybody else.
God. Shy, you there, Shy? Shy, yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
Shy, you know that scripture in the Apocrypha where the Mosai says his eyes is 10 times brighter than the sun?
10,000 times brighter than
I,
the sun. Con.
I gotta look for it. I got my Apocrypha right next to me. Oh, you got that, Shy?
Yeah. 1 second.
Ari, you know where it's at, Ari? Yeah, yeah. Get that, Shy. Yeah, because the brother Tanya brought out, which I never heard about this, brother, about the Edomite, what you said, brother, taking the wound out or something?
And he was getting them pregnant, and aborting the fetuses to use the stem cells to try to make themselves stay young. And he said
Make himself
you
stay.
can only
Yeah.
get that from black women.
Wow. If I heard of stuff, man, I heard of them, taking the uterus out of the black woman and putting it in these trannies and all of this, man. It's why the Most High tells you, man, the things that's going on, he's seeing everything, man. There's a lot of wickedness going on in this world, man. Why do you think Revelation speaks about that and every foul and unclean spirit? Because the things, we don't even see half the things that's going on in America. Shy, you got that, Shy?
That's Ecclesiasticus 23 and 19.
Yeah, read it, brother.
Ecclesiasticus 23 and 19.
Go ahead, brother.
Con. This is the book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 23, verse 19. Such a man only feareth the eyes of men.
See that? Such a man only fears the eyes of man. This devil thinks he the most high don't see what's going on with him and the wickedness that he's doing. Read on.
And knoweth not that the eyes of Yahweh are 10,000 times brighter
than the sun.
And the eyes of Yahweh are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, man. You see everything that's going on, man. And when he's judged, everything that he done is gonna be brought back up, man. We don't see what's happening. We don't see what's happening to our babies, man. We don't see them kidnapping our babies and killing our babies and doing all type of stuff. We don't see the underground tunnels. Allegedly, they got underground cities with people in slavery. Underground. They don't tell you about that. The underground bunkers. See, that's a secret a lot of people don't know about. You see what I'm saying? So we don't really see the magnitude of what's going on, but the most I see it, the most I see it, and he's going to destroy them for it. There's no justifying the wicked, man. No justify. That's why the scriptures say, though hand joined in hand, the wicked shall not go unpunished. And that's exactly what the Lord means. That I yield.
It's a little
Salakia.
more. It's a little more on that.
Yeah, the black woman's makeup, her genetic
Finish that.
makeup.
Yeah,
Go
one
ahead.
second, brother. Shia, finish that off.
Time. And knoweth not that the eyes of the Lord are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, beholding all the ways of men and considering the most secret parts.
See that? All the ways of men and consider the most secret things that's going on. The Most High is watching everything. They think they fool the Most High, Yahweh Shai, they ain't fool the damn thing. The angels is also watching. When it's time for this man to be judged, he gonna be judged harshly, man. And our people for the wickedness they doing. Yeah, Harold, you want to say something? Huh?
Yeah, Salakia. I was just saying that the our black women are has the strongest genetic makeup. So, of course, they're like first on the list.
Yeah, man. Everything. See these devils, and they make jokes about men and our women. But yeah, our women is stronger than them in all levels. That's why they take a sister like Serena Williams who gave herself over to the devil, but she's physically stronger than them. That's why she's able to beat them in tennis so easily and dominate tennis because she's just physically stronger than the devil. There's no steroids that she's taking or none of that. Her genetics is just stronger than them. She can hit the tennis ball faster than these devils at her peak. Now she's older now, but at her peak, she was just physically manhandling them devils. They women, and they didn't understand that. But we knew that, like you brought out, brother, genetically they're stronger. Our women are stronger.
And when you see the track, when you see our women run track, bro, the relays, they dogging everybody out. It's just all it is Jamaica and United States. Nobody else.
Serena made it so that her kids gonna be Edomites though, about choosing that dude. You know what I'm saying?
I think that was a crafty counsel. I think that was crafty. I think they suck him on her. Like,
Well, a lot of brothers had wanted to be with Serena. They spread rumors about her. They said, she stinks. Um, the man Drake, he tried to be with her. The man Common, some actors, they tried it. Um, they did spread rumors about her. Though. They said that she stinks and too masculine. But honestly, man, I just see a woman who she's insecure. She don't. That's why she bleached herself. And now that she's around these devils, they probably saying little slick shit to make her feel even more insecure about herself. That's why she don't like her skin no more. Because her father didn't raise them like that. Her father raised them to be confident. So I just see.
If anybody's being brainwashed, it's our people, you know. Because now the sister, she don't like her skin. She want to change her face. She look crazy. I don't know if y'all seen her recently. Just the way she do her makeup and how she look right now. The sister don't look like herself at all. You know, she looked like
Yeah, she went out
someone
like Lil Kim.
completely different. You know, Little Kim is the same thing. She was messing with them white boys. Um, she's hanging with them certain groups of people and trying to get into them parties, and
God,
she started to feel self conscious about herself.
God,
Yeah.
God.
Man, I took a class. I took several classes in my career, and the teacher we take this class. It's how to profile people different ways, like how to profile a school shooter, how to profile somebody that you can look at people and the way they carry themselves on their personalities. And I look at her interviews versus the interviews she used to give, and I'm looking at how her skin is lighter. I'm looking at her body language when she speaks, because she the way she speaks now is like she tries to have that Edomitish dialect. I can't explain it. Back in the day, she didn't have that. You look at her, you can look in her eyes, and just about the way she carries herself, she's not comfortable. She's not confident as she used to be. Um,
Who are you talking about? You talking about Lil Kim?
Serena Williams.
Yeah,
Yeah, they broke this sister down, man.
you know, it's
You
easy to
know,
do that. It's easy to do that when you're not around your people too. When you know, when you trying to hang with certain crowds, it's easy to start disliking yourself because that's the way the human mind works.
yes,
You know what I'm saying? The mind work like that. You hanging around
Right.
all these Edomites, and they laughing at you. They making little slick jokes, and now all of a sudden you want to kind of separate yourself from your own people because you
hmm
feel embarrassed. You know,
it's
that's the way they
God,
play.
it's called a bond. It's just like domestic, like women who are in domestic violence um, situations. Like one of the traits you'll see the person that's controlling them. Number one, he beats on them. Secondly, he separates them and isolates them from their family and their friends, so he can continue to do the things that he wants to do to her. So when he's gone, so that feels like the only person that has her back, the only person that she can depend on. Because he's already been beating the hell out of her, and then secondly, he's already separated her, and she's burned her bridges with most of her family members. So who does she have to go back to turn to? The same person who manipulates her, you know.
God,
It's like it's trauma bonding. That's what the word I'm looking for her. It seems like she's suffering from trauma bonding. That's what it is.
God. It runs deep, like Uriel said, because if you look at Little Kid, we give an example of her. You know, she hung out with what was it, Versace's daughter, and all those devils. You know what I mean? And like you say, and you look at them, they got the blonde hair, and you know what I mean, and they're very condescending when you deal with these devils. They make real
Yeah,
slick comments about your
yeah,
hair and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And
yeah.
it runs deep. It runs deep of how they get our people to hate ourselves. But it even falls into our people in general going with that because you take somebody like Diana Ross, like Michael Jackson was around her a lot. She married a white man too. Michael
Mm-hmm.
Jackson was around her
Serena.
a lot, and this is why you see him hating his nose and hating his skin. You know what I mean? They hate themselves. That's what they've been taught. They've been taught, brainwashed genetically. That's why you see the women wearing these blonde hairs like this. You know what I mean? That's a self hate. Little kid wore the blonde hair, but like you was saying, you get among them and you start dealing with the caviar and start
Mm-hmm.
hanging out with them and all of that, and you know what I mean. And then they start talking down to your people. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean,
Mm-hmm.
like you don't need a perfect example of that is athletes. You know what I mean? When you play a ball and you try to, and the coach sees that you got a certain amount of talent and that you can basically make it to the NBA or something, he'll start telling you, yo, you don't need to hang with certain people.
Yeah,
You don't need to
yeah.
be around certain people. They're going to
Bring it
hold
out,
you back.
Adamar.
They're going to hold you back. You don't need to date certain women. They're going to hold you back. They're really looking just to, maybe trap you with a child so they can get child support. Those are the messages that start going among them. And you see a lot of these athletes, they won't date black sisters.
No.
You know what I mean? And a lot of that is the influence of the coach and who they're around, you know. It runs deep.
John Adawan, look at Shaq Adawan. What did Shaq say? Shaq, his first wife, what's her name? The light skinned joint. She gave him like 7 kids. His
Shawnee.
black sister, Shawnee. He be on like podcasts and everything now, talking like, yo, I should have stayed with my first wife. She was the right thing for me. I messed up with that. That was the woman I was supposed to be with. Cause he know now. Shaq ain't stupid. He from Jersey. He from Newark, New Jersey. He used to live out in Trenton. He used to live in Jersey City for a time. He from the hood. He know what's up, man. But when he got into that league, he started looking at them other women, and he forgot his first joint. The one that stood by him, gave him all them kids. She a little lady, gave that man like 5 kids. You know, and
Yeah,
now he
big
realizing
shot.
it. What happened?
Yeah,
You're right. You're right. She's little,
yeah.
but she is. She gave him like 5 kids. But I don't know. The flip side of that is that I don't know. They feel they start getting jealous, and what I mean. It goes down to a man having more than one woman too.
Of course, find that one.
It's just a lot of BS in this society, man. The Most High got to fix this, man.
Yeah,
Fix
man.
this
Well,
up. He's gonna fix the family structure back. Gonna fix everything the way it's supposed to be, man.
God,
Just a
yeah,
bottom line.
and
I
we
mean
have
that
so
is
many
most
people.
most of our women's problem. Most of our women's problem is that you adopted Esau's way of marriage. The Most High set it up where, yo, we can have more than one wife. A man can be satisfied with getting different aspects from different women. But Esau convinced her that that's cheating, that he don't love you and don't operate like that. Esau got to operate like that because he can't handle one woman, you know? So
I got a precept.
these is the things that's going on, man. But if we do things the way the Lord got it set up, we'll have a lot of happiness and peace. For real, man.
Salaki, I got a precept. Could somebody give me Proverbs 3 and 31? By the way, shalom to all the brothers on the panel, man. How about you, Yasha Brakatah? I just been listening in and out.
God, the book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verse 31. And it reads, envy thou not the oppressor, and choose none of his ways.
Yeah, that seems to be one of the major issues that we have in the, in our so-called black community, man, and in the Hispanic community as well, man. Envying our oppressors and choosing their ways over the ways of the Most High. And when we see our people do that, especially the ones that got money, when they, because it's all about a simulation. It's all about, our people measure success in this nation, as on the basis of how much they can assimilate and be like their oppressors. you know First it was, I got to get the house and with the white picket fence and the car and have 2.5 children. That was the first thing. Then when they let us get into corporate America and start letting us thrive and making money through sports and entertainment and things like that, now I got to get in the gated community. Now I got to get the mansion. Oh, damn, I can't fit in these certain circles unless I bleach my skin because I'm not going to be accepted. And the more that you assimilate into your oppressor's world, the more you bring yourself away from your true self in your own world. You know what I'm saying? So, just like Proverbs is a very wise book to pay attention to. And if we hold on to that, Proverbs 3 and 31, and not envy our oppressors and choosing their ways. We thrive when we do that. We definitely thrive in getting the knowledge of self, knowledge of these scriptures and knowledge of who our people is and who and what God we supposed to serve and how we're supposed to serve them. But assimilating will always pull us away from that. And you see the people that assimilate into this nation, they have a problem with like the title of this room. You know what I'm saying? When we want to hold America accountable, you know what I'm saying, for what they did, you know, to our people, it's usually our own people who give us the most hardest time. You know what I'm saying? Because they want to show the white man that, oh, we not like those angry black and Hispanic men on the corner that's yelling and screaming with the Bible. Like, I had a sister tell me yesterday that she thinks it's disgusting that we make the white man bow down to kiss and lick our boots. You know what I'm saying? And that's because she's trying to assimilate and wants to be accepted by her oppressors. So, you know, that scripture goes along with where the conversation is going right now. But that I yield.
Yes, sir. And, man, what's the sister's name that's always on the scenes in politics? Owens, Candace Owens.
And just on.
Yeah, prime example of one of them, and very coonish because I remember she had made a statement once saying that, you know, black people make racism up. She said, all my life I've never experienced racism. But when she was in high school, she won a lawsuit with the help of the NAACP. Uh, she won it against the mayor because the mayor's son and some of his friends wouldn't let her into the group, whatever group they had. She was trying to hang around with. They really wouldn't pay much attention to her because she was black. And so she ended up winning some kind of lawsuit. I think it was against the school and the mayor. She won the lawsuit. But yet she claimed that she had never been racially discriminated against. But of course, now, you know, she's married. She's married to Esau. And then, like, she apparently caught Esau and her husband, Esau and her brother in the bed together. you know, um, that's how sick Esau's sick anyway. But to be in the bed with her own brother, and he's a sodomite, you know, speaks volumes. But yet, at the end of the day, she's always on the front lines trying to knock our people down. Always trying to knock our people down. Never has she gotten ahead with Esau, but you know, but it takes that one person to get in the head of one of our women only, you know, and that's a disaster for that one person. Like that, I yield. Sorry, brother, I had some plantation here.
Salakia. I was just wondering if you guys had seen this movie similar to Annabella, but it's called Alice. Me and my rib, we was flipping through and we found this movie named Alice. Common and Kiki somebody,
Yes, sir.
Palmer.
Yes, sir.
On
And
point.
you know, like Khan. And then you know, like that stuff is real, I think, on where they be having these reenactments of all this Civil War stuff and back there in the back of the land, that nobody knows what's going on. That's part of those secret things that the Most High sees also. How you?
Yeah, thanks, sir.
Yeah, brother, you're right on that. That stuff still does exist. I'm pretty sure it's larger magnitudes like that too, but even just small ones. I think what was I think of where it was. I was looking at that on one of the cases, but he had one. Apparently, this Edomite had him pretty much as a slave, and he was working in this guy's restaurant for years. Wasn't paying him anything. Had a little bitty room, and I think the Edomite's niece something wasn't right, and she figured out, ended up telling the authorities about it, and they ended up getting the brother out of there. And I think he had been doing that for 30 or 40 years since he was a kid. I think his parents had sold him to the Edomite. He'd been doing all his life, and he ended up, he messed up already mentally, but he won the assets of that Edomite guy. And then prior to that, there was another sister of our sister that was over in Brazil who was in slavery of She was in bondage to a college professor and his family. And I think he got her pregnant a couple of times. I found those articles. I'll post them. But that was just small portions of what's going on. But yeah, we were talking about that not too long ago. And there's a lot of brothers who've been in law enforcement for years, like me. That stuff still exists in a lot of these places where you don't have access to. And we were talking about here in the United States. Of course, it still go on. It still goes on in Libya and other places like that. But yeah, we're more than positive, 100% sure that it's still going on here in the states too.
And we want to be friends with these people, knowing that they know what's going on and they know these things and smiling right in your face, and then they come against us because we bringing it out and they hating this thing, that our eyes are open. And, through these scriptures is giving us this knowledge and understanding, and we're able to see these things. And they hating that.
Salakia, you brothers still there?
So a lot of brothers moving around. Yeah, what's
Con,
up?
Con, I'm here.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
was just
Shalom,
making sure.
Elder Macab. Shalom,
Shalom,
Tara.
shalom.
Adawan, Joel. All the rest of the brothers out of sight. The rabbit hole of this crafty council goes deeper than what we can even imagine. And it just made me think of Matthew 24. My Lord and I was studying it last night. And when Yahweh Shai was saying, wars and rumors of wars and earthquakes and diverse places, like he said, and that these are the beginnings of sorrows. But then right down lower behind that, he was talking about how we are going to be hated from all the nations for his name's sake. They're not ready to accept who we are, although they know who we are. But when they do tell the world and the whole world discovers who we are, they're going to come after us with such a vengeance, like he said, such as we have never seen. And I cannot understand in this day and age with our other lost brothers and sisters, if you don't see that you are hated by these people, that they'll never give you full justice. And every time we ask them a question about what other nation on this entire planet needs to be saved, and can somebody tell me where the nation of black is? I yield.
Con. That's That's why our people are so, brainwashed and screwed up, man. We've been beaten down for so many years. They have that Stockholm syndrome, man. That's one of the things that we deal with on the street corners, man. You know, one of the most dangerous things is a coon taken up for a cracker, because when we bring out the other nations, they don't they first person they talk about is, can Esau be saved? Why can't he be saved? You understand? And they will protect him to the death. You know what I'm saying? We'll protect him to the death, man. It's crazy, man. The number that they did on our people, man.
And it'll be just like the brother said, gun line, boss.
Ah,
Yeah, man. Ain't nothing we could do for these coons, but pray for them, man. Pray that we don't have to be the one to deal with them either later. You know what I'm saying? That's all we can do for them.
I was speaking about that the other night in the room. The question was asked, who do we hate? Who do what nation do I hate the most? And Amalek definitely is number one on my list. Or I want to definitely, when we get those spiritual powers, deal with them. But the 2/3, man, you know what I'm saying? That's why he's gonna have us clean house first. The 2/3, man, they're treasonous, man. You know what I'm saying? And Esau hates more than the nigga. He hates a traitor. And these brothers and sisters out here, man, oh man, this is why the Most High is gonna have us clean our community first, man, because of the treason. Hand joining hand. They're gonna be punished, man. It's ridiculous. Oh, one more thing. I was looking at something on Facebook. One of the brothers put up talking about the strength of us, man. How our babies, when we're first born, how after one day they can hold their neck up, and it takes a white child, I think, 6 weeks, and then it says something else about how our babies can sit up straight, and how it takes the white children like 2 months or something like that, 8 weeks or more. It just goes to show you, when the brother was talking about the genetics and everything, it just goes to show you that that scripture stands true. You know what I'm saying? Um, how we are above all nations. How we are the stronger, the Esau scripture. One brother will be stronger than the other, and that's in every aspect, because it's not just physical; it's mental. Because like we know, Esau's Esau going to jump off a bridge if he loses his job. But that explains why the article up there, you know, the article up there it's true. I didn't. I think I saw portion of it, but I'm gonna check it out, man. But it's true. They use our genetics. I mean, what's the sister's name that they're still using her genetics, and she's been dead for years. It's crazy.
Henrietta Lacks.
Is the sister's name.
That's the sister's name.
Yeah, man, that's Esau and Jacob. Jacob came out grabbing on the Esau heel. Jacob already, you know what I'm saying, had quick reflexes. Jacob's always well more further developed than Esau, even in infancy. Jacob must have been whooping Esau ass in the womb, boy. That must have been that must have been a lopsided boxing match right there.
Well, 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 Daniela, well,
Yeah,
definitely
shalom,
wasn't
shalom, shalom.
definitely wasn't a lopsided match. Well, that's crazy going back to out of sight. You know, our people are really funny, man, and they lack history, and they're really upset that we have the white man bowing down, man. You look at all the things the white man has put us through. We used to use the slaves as footstools. They mad because we got them bowing down. That it ain't even us, it's the Most High Yahweh Shai, but bowing down, and they upset at that. It just shows you the mindset of our people and the lack of history. We don't really study slavery and what happened in slavery.
That's a definite. I mean, when you know, in the time that I've actually had the time to teach, and I know the brothers on this on the stage that's been teaching longer than me. Y'all have all experienced this, right? And it kind of bothers me to have to say it, but it's just the facts, man. When we go out there on the highways and the byways, and we teach this gospel, and we telling our people that they the greatest thing on the face of the earth, right? And I think it's a scripture that even says this. I'm just not sure about it. But basically, we telling these other nations that they going into captivity or they going to die for what they people did to our people, right? And they show us more decorum, more respect, you know what I'm saying, and have more patience than our own people. And we're telling our people that they the greatest thing on the face of the earth and the kingdom of heaven is for them. And they fight us harder than the other nations. You know what I'm saying? To the point where they actually pull out guns on us and want to pull out knives. Now, I haven't come across a video yet. I ain't saying it doesn't exist, but I haven't come I haven't come across a video I haven't come across a video yet where the Caucasian man or the Chinese man or the East Indian man or the Hamite African actually pulled out a gun on us or a knife and try to do it. Now, it might be little small incidents, but I'm pretty sure it's been more of our people threatening us with violence than the other nations. And that's because they will fight and really definitely killed to protect this satanic ass racist ass society that we live in, and what this place stands for. It reminds me of the Matrix, like when what his name was, Morpheus was telling Neo, you know what I'm saying, he was like, listen, you see these people out here, they're not woke yet, and they will fight to protect this matrix, you know what I'm saying? So until they're woke up, you have to count them as an enemy. You know what I'm saying? And that's the way my people make me feel. Like I feel like, you know what I'm saying, if they not in this truth, you know what I'm saying, I have to be skeptical of them at all times because, you know, at the end of the day, they're gonna be the ones that turn us in. They're gonna be the ones that persecute us right along with the Caucasians and the other nations, you know what I'm saying? And they gonna the other nations gonna use them, you know what I'm saying, probably put them on the front line against us. Because they'll be easier to infiltrate us, you know what I'm saying, than it will for the white man. Same way they had to get Freeway Rick to sell the drugs in the community rather than get a Caucasian to do it, because they know that we could get in the community. So you know, it's just a sad situation all around. But if anybody got that scripture where it basically says something about if this gospel was given to the other nations that they would embrace it or something like that more than we do. I don't remember the exact scripture, but I know it's something to that effect. I yield.
That's Ezekiel chapter 3. That's Ezekiel chapter 3.
You do it in the Matrix, Yada. But you said Ezekiel what? Yeah, you're a little in the Matrix, brother. I think you said Ezekiel chapter 3. I'm not sure.
Con.
I'm sorry, what you doing? You got a lot of noise in the background, huh?
Is that me?
Yeah, Terah, you can hear me?
God, you trying to cook up?
Yeah.
Now I'm
It's
about to
Ezekiel.
put this rice and chicken together.
It's Ezekiel chapter 3. I'm not sure what verse because I'm driving, but the whole chapter is good.
Oh.
But it's Ezekiel chapter 3 what he was talking about.
God, I'm looking through it now.
Should be towards the beginning of Yeshua, where it says, if I don't send you to a nation of hard speech, because if I sent you to them, they would have received it. It's like first couple of verses in.
Verse 6. It's the book of Ezekiel, chapter 3. Salakia. Yeah. It's the book of Ezekiel, chapter 3, starting out at verse 5. For thou art not sent to a people of strange speech and of an hard language, but to the house of Israel. Verse 6. Not too many people of a strange speech and a hard language whose words thou canst understand. Surely, had I sent thee to them, they would have hearkened unto thee. Verse 7. But the house of Israel will not hearken unto thee, for they will not hearken unto me. For all the house of Israel are imputed and hard hearted. Verse 8. Behold, I have made thy faces strong against their faces, and thy forehead strong against their foreheads. Verse 9. As an adamant harder than flint have I made thy forehead. The Most High said he made your head harder than damn stone, man. You know what I'm saying? How can you get through to these crazy Negroes, man? Their head is harder than stone. Um, Fear them not, neither be dismayed at their looks, though they be a rebellious house. Yeah, man, these brothers and sisters is a rebellious house, man. And their heads is harder than the damn stone, man, with no understanding. And the damn other nations will actually listen because they may not understand what the Bible is saying when they're reading it, but when we break it down, they get it. They're like, oh shit, I'm the devil. You know what I'm saying? But Jake just hard headed as hell, man.
Con. And verse 6 is a cut, to say that he wasn't sent to anybody else. He was only sent to us.
Con,
Con.
another cut on Esau.
Another cut on Esau. Another cut.
Yeah, but look at the video I posted up top, everybody. Look at the IUIC camp got shot at. I think that was fairly recently too. 9 times out of 10, it was by some hard headed Jakes.
I think I saw this. I believe it's up in Denver, but I'm gonna check it out to make sure. Yeah, I know they got busted at in Denver by some gangbangers.
I don't know why my not going to the link. What happened, Shia? They shot at them.
Con, con. Some hard headed Jakes, just like we talking about. Out of sight just said, other nations, they get mad and they might yell and, what I'm saying, try to go back and forth and scoff, but they ain't taking it to that level like our own people do.
Yeah, that's the tape out in Denver. I just saw the beginning of it. Yeah, that happened a couple months back. They actually got the signs that the Yahushua sign uh, got a hole through it. Yeah, man, they bust at them. They had a little thing with them earlier in the day, and they came back and rolled down on them. This is to let you know this is serious.
And look at what he reading to the excuse me. The ox knows his own, which is the dumbest animal. And then they
Con,
just shot at him. That's real right there. That's so real.
con.
Not a
Yeah, the
game.
brother. I believe the brother Yawasap said that was when he lived up there and was gangbanging. That was his enemy's territory.
I don't know where the bullets went. It looked like it was headshot. I seen the brother duck. It looked like it ricocheted off or something.
Yeah,
But
I know.
that's
It definitely hit that sign in front of him. The big Yahushua sign got a hole in it. He shows it afterwards. If he doesn't show it in this video, he shows it in the other one where the altercation happens. They show more of it. I think this is just a short clip. But yeah, that Yahushua picture got a hole through it.
Looked like the sign might have saved one of them from getting shot.
And then the brothers went back out there, which is brave. You know what I'm saying? Um, all praises to the Most High. Yeah, but that just goes to show you the length of what our people do. And all we want to do is bid them back to the marriage. Tell them that they the greatest people on earth. Tell them to love each other. You know what I'm saying? And this is what they'll do. You know, says our people will kill us.
So true, man. When I first started this job, in this department. The first week I was here, man, and I was on patrol. I did a traffic stop. There was a brother driving, Levi brother, man, and man, brother didn't have no warrants, no none of that, man. And brother started, went up to the vehicle, and as soon as I got beside the vehicle, beside his, didn't break the plane of the window, he shot out, and I can feel that. I can feel that heat of that gun. I can feel it. I felt the concussion. And he jumped out. He took off. He crashed the car. Then he got on foot. And he was shooting at some other officers. And this is when it was dark. And he ended up hiding under one of the Edomites' trailers of all places. And I think he shot at one of the other Edomite officers. Because they shot him, and a homeowner shot him of all places. And and so it wasn't anything life threatening. I think he got hit in the hand and probably you know, grazed his leg or something like that. But I saw him up in the jail, young brother, man. He ended up crying and bawling and stuff, man. And I was talking to him like, hey, man, that's not what somebody else said. I said, man, I'm one of the ones that you shot at, man. And what was that all that about, man? I don't know. I was just scared, And so I started shooting. I said, man, I'm your brother, man. You didn't even have to go that deep. And now you shot up. He thought and shot you up. You hiding under their house. Now you better have to go face their judge. You could have killed your own brother over a traffic stop, dude, over a tail light that was out. You know, yeah, it kind of it pissed me off. I was hurt and angry at the same time because I'm like, man, this is my own brother for to take me out over a tail light. You know what I'm saying? Wasn't even that deep. I talk about that all the time. I'm like, our brothers, we always hurting. We have to kill our own brothers, especially when we got brothers like us bringing out the truth who we are. And then on the other side of that, you got the brothers out here on the streets killing each other daily. And then what's so crazy to me, something I still haven't been able to understand. I don't condone gunplay whatsoever unless you defended yourself and your family. Somebody come in my house, I'm in the house, my real in the house, and my daughter in the house, game on. You know, but you got these brothers out here shooting at each other, doing all this stuff. Then like it's crazy. Like they can be out on the streets all day doing what they're supposed to be doing. But as soon as one police car, one white, might pull up in a patrol car, everybody run like roaches. But yet you got a brother, y'all want to shoot him up, y'all want to fight him, but you got one kid that might pull up in a patrol car and y'all run. Y'all run like you got a nuclear missile or something. I don't understand.
They're scared of Esau, man. You know what I'm saying? Our people, it's like it's embedded in their DNA or something. They can have the upper hand, but they still scared of damn Esau, man. But to what you were saying, you know what I'm saying? A lot of our young brothers, man, we got to address this more and more as often as we can. A lot of these young brothers and sisters out here, they got mental issues, man. They got mental issues from growing up from the hood. They got PTSD from growing up in cities like Memphis, like where I'm at in Chicago. They got issues where a person can't even look at them, stare at them too long, and they ready to pop off because they don't know if that person's staring at them because they know them from somewhere, if they're trying to harm them, they want to rob them, if they think they the ops. It's so many reasons why, but on the outside looking in, it's like, damn, why people so hostile in that city, or why they so ready to fight just for you looking at them? It seems retarded, right? But then when you living in that situation, it's really PTSD. It's really like these people are in a war zone. They living in a war zone, and that's how they think they have to be to survive. And that's really a mental illness. You see what I'm saying? Our people suffering from different mental illnesses, and just like you said, the brother said he was scared, right? And he started shooting. That sound like he was on drugs or he really got some type of mental illness. So our people be abusing these damn drugs, abusing themselves. And then truth be told, man, they don't have it all They don't have it all up top, upstairs, man. Elevator's not going all the way to the top floor. You know what I'm saying? It's just not in a lot of cases. And then we couple that with lack of education. You couple that with just not knowing, just not knowing things that basic things that they should know. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even talking about the white man education. I'm talking about like, even the knowledge of the scriptures. Just lack of knowledge. You couple that, you put all that together with mental illness, and that's what you get. You know what I'm saying? You get genocidal people, right?
I agree with you 100%, man. You're so right on that, man. I'm just happy. I'm one of the few that made it out of the, not a few, but compare where I'm from. I'm from Texas. I grew up in the projects, and like to this day, my friends and family still can't believe I'm a police officer. I mean, I grew up in the hood. I grew up in the projects. That's where I grew up. You know, After a while, single parent household, and the dad got hooked on crack, and crack was big on the scene. Mom kind of ran out and did her own thing, and I'm in survival mode. But got in some trouble. Um, it was like that, man. Somebody drive by at nighttime, like, damn, if you do a drive by, you don't know. Scared to wear certain colors. Like, damn, man, I love red. Red my favorite color. I can't wear these damn Nikes. I can't wear these Adidas. I can't wear this stuff because if I do, I'm scared I'm gonna get killed. So I know exactly what you're talking about, man. It's mental illness, and it's what's the other phrase that they call it? ACEs, adverse childhood experiences. It's the stuff that you experienced as a child, and you bring that into your adulthood. And a lot of people don't understand, especially if they never lived it. I'm just happy that I was able to survive it. I wasn't a statistic. Um, I wish I learned who we were at a younger age, but I got in some trouble trying to hold some stuff from my cousin, and man, I was scared. I, ain't gonna lie, 'cause I wasn't meant for the streets, really. I know I had to survive, and I got an opportunity. They were like, "Hey, you gonna go to the military? You gonna go to jail?" Those were opportunities I had, the choices I had. So I chose the military, and then this is where I am now, and that's why I like doing what I'm doing because people don't. Esau don't understand our people. Nobody can understand us but us. And you might ask me, why you say that, man? I understand you. No, you don't, dude. I said, man, because for example, if you see a young lady, sister, she mad and she hot and she popping off. She ain't even got to popping off, but she popping in there. She's verbalizing how she feels. You take it as a sign that she's being aggressive. So no, you can't understand my people. I don't understand your people. So so I chose to do this because I got into the field now, listening to exploited children because ain't nobody's gonna look out for our kids like who's gonna care for our children if it's not one of us? Honestly, you got all these kids that are abused and missing and all this stuff. That Esau don't care. It's cool enough they can get the parent locked up or something like for some abuse just so they can make some money in the system out of it. But ultimately, do they care about these kids? No, they throw them in the system. They get no mental health. They get none of that. Uh, got some of us are missing. They don't care. Who really cares? They probably have with some friends, or they'll come home eventually. But when it comes to Lacaring, man, it's hell on fire. They got the dogs out, the helicopters out, got the task force out, Navy SEALs out. Everybody's trying to find what it looks like. Nobody's gonna look out for our people like to look out for our people. And like you said before, man, a lot of it is mental health. Not on the aspect how Esau sees mental health, how we see mental health within our communities, within ourselves.
God, mental health, man. People got spirits on them. That's really what causes them to look like they got mental health issue is the spirits. You know what I'm saying? If they was keeping these laws, statutes, commandments, those spirits wouldn't be able to jump on them so easily. But I know for a fact, man. I know for a fact 2/3 is real. You know what I'm saying? Not saying that I know I'm not, or that I know I'm 1/3, but I know for a fact 2/3, the 2/3 in Revelations is real because out of like the five core brothers that I grew up with, cats that I grew up with in the neighborhood, like three of them are not no longer on this earth. You know what I'm saying? Like that's two. It's like 2 out of 5 survived, and then really, to be honest, what I'm saying, I'm the only one that's in the truth. And really, if I really want to expand that, you know what I'm saying? You got, man, other people like even my only brother, you know what I'm saying, that didn't make it. I'm not even including him in that number. Like it's so many uh people that's just, you know, that's just not gonna make it, man. 2/3 is real. And I'm talking about, from what I'm talking about, I done seen like a 70%, damn near 60 to 70% ratio of people that was in my so-called clique or crew that's just not here no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's more than 2/3. 2/3, 66%. I didn't experience like 70, 75%. You know what I'm saying? So that's very real. You know what I'm saying? For people who think that just because they may still have everybody around them and all of that, well, watch this prophecy unfold. You don't want to be in that 2/3.
Yes, sir. So, man, brother, be on point with that. Like I started doing this, like I said, I'm from the projects, and um, you know, I go back home to visit. I'm in Alabama now. I'm originally from Texas, so I'll go home and go visit occasionally. And I go back to where I grew up, and I look at it, man, it's so run down. It's bad, and everybody just getting little boys, look, young boys, 12, 13, 14, 15, getting shot up and killed, robbing people and stuff. And they're like, man, why you go join the police force, man? All they're doing is killing our people. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not even gonna argue with that, brother. Yeah, we got these folks killing our people, and they're not held accountable for it. But this is one point that I make when I go talk to our young brothers and sisters. I'm like, so check this out, and I'll give them all a piece of paper. I said, I want you to write down 5 people, name 5 people that you know personally that have been killed. I didn't say died. I said killed, murdered, homicide. So they'll write down them 5 people. And now on the top of that, I want you to write the nationality of the person that killed them. And they wrote it down. I said, what this guy do anything? I said, so how many of all these, I think it was like the room the other day, it was like 6 of them. I said, so of all these people that died, and you put the name of the person that killed them, how many of the people that killed them was a white police officer? They looked at me like, oh man, I see what you're saying. Yeah, man, it's us killing ourselves. Yeah, we got an enemy doing that. They doing the work too, but we helping them even. We're going even deeper helping them. And they never thought of it in that perspective. Like I told the young guys, man, hey, I grew up here. I know what's going on. I'm not oblivious to it. Do I know there's crimes against us against police like in St. Louis and Rodney King it just constantly goes on? Yeah, we're losing our lives to these Edomites with these badges and these guns. But at the same time, guys, if you're writing these names down of the people that have been murdered, and then you're writing the name of this is the person that killed them, how many of these are gonna be by a cop? And none of them was. So they kind of, like, God, we got to start with ourselves, man. We gotta go back to these laws, statutes, and commandments. And man, like you said, that 2/3, 1/3, that's real. It's scary. It's real. You say you were from Memphis, right?
God,
Well, what's the brother's name? Who was killed? I think Memphis is like 2 hours from me. I'm over in the Huntsville, Alabama area. Um,
God.
he's a real popular rapper. Yeah.
We just started a camp here in Memphis, HOI Memphis.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. My wife, we go up there all the time, man. She likes to go. She got a friend that lives in Memphis, so it's only like 2 hours away. We'll drive up there. But like, I really
God,
don't listen to rap or anything. But it was a brother, Young Dolph, I think. And just remind me, I know he was real talented. He got a big follower. But I remember one of his lyrics. I think it was Fishing with Sharks. He said, "If I sacrifice myself," and he threw up that all saying I symbol, will I go to hell? Then the brother ended up dead. I'm like,
right.
I'm like, man, you know, it's like, golly.
Yeah, man. People don't never learn. Some of the most hard-headed Negroes I done seen in the country are right here. But it's just, we everywhere. But it's a lot of them here, though, I tell you that.
You'll just have to come give you guys a visit up there, man. Up in Memphis. I've always had an HOI here. in Huntsville. Huntsville, man, it's a Huntsville, Alabama. You got your HBCU, you got your other black college there, which is and the other college, Oakwood. And then you got all the brothers and sisters working on the military base and on the arsenal for rocket science, and there's a lot of us here, especially with the HBCU. It's I was like, man, we should have something like that here. But I don't mind. I don't mind jumping in the car and traveling where I need to go to get my, make sure I'm right. So, I tell brother,
Yeah.
I can't. You can't use the excuse gas is high. Hey, I tell brother, man, you spent $8 on a cup of coffee. You can't put that in your car to go where you need to go. So,
Right. Right. Yeah. Well, we got a brother. I think Sean Park might have gave you this information. A brother named Lamette in Alabama. In Birmingham. I think he's closer to Birmingham. But anyway, um, he's starting to build. He's gonna be building. You guys, you know what I'm saying? Like you could be a part of helping build that. Like, cause what's gonna happen is once they start building, then they'll be able to do feast days. They'll be able to do, camp every week, and everything will be up and running. Um, but like Memphis, we've already begun that process. So here soon we'll be hosting feast days and Shabbat classes and different things for people to be able to come out and serve the Most High how they want to.
what's up, definitely. And I've been in this truth now. I guess about 2 years. It's going trying to go strong. And like I was gonna try to join one camp a long time ago, and nobody started being like, you gotta start being selective. You just can't go jump in a camp and think you're gonna get what you need because they're like, well, man, since you're a cop, man, you can't, you can't be a cop and serve. And I'm like, no, they don't make sense, man. So I just couldn't, So I'm like, hey, man, I you know, this is what the Most High put me for right now. And like I'm telling the brothers, hey, I'm not doing harm to my brothers whatsoever. I'm looking out for what we have that nobody else looking out for. So I couldn't agree with that. So I mean, but,
But that's big ups to you, brother. For being in that position and and I'm pretty sure it's more brothers. You done gave us a few stories. But big ups to you guys for, not for being there and not getting caught up in the hype of just looking out for Esau and being on his side, and being there for, our brothers and sisters and, in your position, our children. You know what I'm saying? So, more brothers like to soul brothers don't be afraid when another brother officer walks up. I would be love for you to pull me over, or or a black officer of your mindset pull me over, you know what I'm saying, to where I know you not just picking on me or coming at me sideways because you have the authority. You know what I'm saying? So all praises to you, all praises to the Most High for putting you in that position. That's where he wants you. Stay right there until he tell you to move.
thank you, brother. Yeah, I mean, I wish we had this when I was growing up, brothers that had the same mindset. I just, most I just got me my mindset's a whole different way from what it was before I became into the truth and before doing what I do now. It's just I've just grown a lot more mentally, and at the same time, like I tell people, of course, yeah, like I said, I was in the teams in the military. I do what I do now, and what I like about this truth is I have brothers like yourselves that are knowledgeable. And like I said, I got that alpha gene because this is what I do. But I have brothers like you that are knowledgeable. You put me in my place, and that's why I learn from. Um, like when I was still doing patrol, I would go into the jail, and brothers like the little area I'm in now is the Marshall County area of Alabama, and it's only three of us in this department, man. Only three of us. I was the first, and I got two other brothers on. If I tell you brothers to watch what they do, but like whenever very seldom do I have to arrest our people. Our people don't do as much here as Esau does. Like in the jail right now, I helped them go do a shakedown last week inside the jail because there's some fentanyl got in there and we had some couple of overdoses. So he wanted everybody to come in and help him do some shakedown. So I went in there and I probably seen out of 300 inmates, I may have seen 7 of us at the most. Maybe I'll say 10 at the most, maybe. I won't repent, but because I just didn't see many of them. And then when the brothers, there's some newer brothers, and that's the older brothers they used to be on. They see me, they were kind of shocked that they seen another brother in there with a badge because of what the area they're in. But what I was doing before these younger guys came in, before I got stuck doing my responsibilities, a little different now. But when I was on patrol, like, so some of the other brothers, just like, we have our vehicles that have to stay maintained. So the inmates wash the cars and clean them and all that stuff. I would never ever let one of our brothers clean my vehicle because then number one, we're not paying them for it. That's still under the 13th Amendment. That's still slavery under the 13th Amendment. If you're incarcerated, that's still a form of slavery. But you ain't getting paid for your labor. So the brother used to kind of got mad at me one time, like, nah, man, no, don't wash my car. Let them wash the car. And so while they out there, I got them in a little corner, and they had never heard the truth before. So they all got their little Gideon Bible, where Esau come in with their little Gideon Bible, start teaching them the Bible. Yeah, I don't know. It's something about me. I don't get mad easily, but I got pissed off, and I'm like, man, they sitting at this corner with this little holiness lady and this man with this damn green ass Gideon Bible, trying to teach our brothers the scriptures. God loves everybody. John 3:16, all that stuff. And so I started pulling. So when the brothers are outside, doing trustee work, I make Esau do the calls and all the cleaning and stuff. I wasn't going to make the brothers do it. So I pulled them to the corner. So I started going, man, I put my Bible in my pocket, the back of my patrol unit, and I started showing them stuff in the scriptures. Man, the brothers started eating that up. It was just the stuff they ain't never heard before. And so for a while there, I was doing it for about 6, 7 months, man, every weekend. On the Sabbath, because I had to work on the Sabbath, unfortunately, at that time. But on the Sabbath day, I found that my opportunity, if I had opportunity to go to the jail or something, if I booked somebody in, if I had as long as I do my vehicle maintenance on that day, I try to find everything for them to do. I want it detailed. I want everything. I want the oil change. So it gave me time to kind of go through run some scripts through the brothers. And man, and I see some of the brothers now today, and they'll see me like out getting some food or something, man. And they'll come talk to me and like, man, you showing me some stuff I ain't never seen before, man. I want to thank you for that. Hey, I'm kind of studying that little truth a little bit. I remember some of the stuff you told me, so I go home and look up on YouTube. So hopefully out of them few brothers that I made contact with, I'm hoping that at least one, I got one, but it's not at least I'm not planting that seed. And like the brothers wanted me to come do it more often. I told them, we got to be kind of circumspect on the way we do this. There's certain things I can say and can't say because they'll try to yank me out of here, and I can't. I won't be able to do it anymore. Even though they're gonna let the Gideons come in, they're gonna let the Muslims come in. But when we come in, it's gonna be a problem. So I was using my opportunity and my position to do that. Even though I was just still new in the truth, I knew enough to start to try to at least plan a little something to get their interest, and they was like, man, they was loving it, man.
Con. And for this reason, if you only get one, that's all, the angels are rejoicing. You know what I'm saying? So that's a beautiful thing right there. That's beautiful.
Yeah, man. Some of the brothers, man, they made. I can tell it really it was resonating to them because I noticed during when they had to eat lunch and breakfast and all that stuff, and they always fed them bologna, man, pork. And brothers like, man, that's all they feed us up in here. What? So a lot of brothers, man, they started learning some of the scripts and left it alone. And they say, Mom, in here, man, I'll become a vegetarian unless I know I'm getting some beef. Or I'll have to get what I'm getting out of my commissary. Um, but yeah, I was like, man, brother, it's gonna be around. They're gonna try to bring us in the way we can, man. We're still in this captivity, but but it's just I was doing the best I could while I was out there on. That's how I got a little reputation out here with the brothers when they see me. We call it the hill, which is the project. So I can go to the hill. A lot of them remember me from being in there, so I can go to the hill. I ain't got no problem. And they come talk to me. I rolled up on the hill like last week looking for somebody, and they were sitting on the sidewalk playing dominoes, and they had their drink with them. They seen the unit pull up, the black, it's all blacked out. I seen them hide, and they look under the seat, and I got out, and they're like, man, I'm like, hey, man. I'm just trying to have a little drink. I said, you know what, bro? I ain't worried about your strong drink, man. Hey, I'm on business. I'm looking for something else. I don't care what. He said, man, when the white boys come around, man, they be hemming us up, trying to get us a public intoxication. I said, man, y'all ain't bothering nobody. Y'all playing dominoes, having a little drink, just socializing, you know. And then, you know, every now and then I hit them with a little, you know, I throw a little script out or something like that, and going about my business. That's how I got my respect over there, you know. So,
All praises. All praises.
but it was hell, man, with this position, man, because like I wanted to have my beard, and a lot of you brothers, some of you brothers probably been in the military, know about law enforcement. You can't have a beard, you know. So I had to get smart with them and use their tactics. My brother was an attorney before he died, so I pulled up, you know, on equal rights of an employment. You know, I showed them, hey, you can't discriminate. You know, it's not a religion. I try to use it as that you can't discriminate because of my race, creed, and my religion. Am I correct? And they're like, that's correct, yeah. So I'm like, hey, so pulled out, pulled out the scripts, showing them, got the beard and stuff like that, and the fringes and stuff, you know. And man, but what was crazy about it? My sheriff know the script, man. He know it. And so he chopped it up. He was talking to my still don't trust me, still Esau. He said, man, this is what I'll do. He said, I'm gonna let you grow your beard, but you can't have it any longer than 2 inches. You know, he said a quarter of an inch up to maybe an inch and a half at most. If you get out of hand, you know, you probably gonna have to do, you know, put some paperwork on you and write you up or something like that. He said, when it comes to your fringes, he was like, you know, can you wear them? Because I wear a vest. You know, that's when I was in patrol wearing a vest. He was like, well, you know, yeah, you can wear them, but just make sure you got your vest on and make sure they're not too long. They can't be any longer than the same thing. So I don't want them any longer than a half an inch. If we can see it under the vest, if at all possible, keep it tucked in. Which I was wearing my fringes, you know, wear the t-shirt. But when I came off patrol, standard duty, you know, I could wear my regular civilian clothes. Man, I wore my fringes. I ain't care. You know, so. But that was cool. He let me wear my beard and everything like that. It had to be a certain way just because how it is in law enforcement. So like when the brothers see me out there on the streets, like, man, doesn't you have a beard and you 12, you know, and you know, bang out the script. They're like, they let you do it then. I'm like, yeah. I mean, hey, Most High made it happen. It wasn't me.
He always make a way, brother. He always makes a way.
Hey, y'all, you there? Joel, you there?
Kind of the one. I'm right here. Salakia. Couldn't get
Did you
off
hear
mute.
that? Did you leave the room before Pastor Sam just said that crazy thing he just said? He just said something real crazy. Did you hear that shit?
First, I wanted to challenge that dude Zion, right? And he ran. He fled the scene. So then,
But
Pastor Sam tried to follow him up and still defend supremacy, right? This dude just said that all slave masters were not horrible people. There were
right,
some
I
good
wanted
slave
to,
masters. He just said that.
I wanted to make sure you heard that. That was crazy. That was crazy.
I left. I should have clipped it. I didn't clip it. I just left, but I should have clipped that. I can't. He said that. Pastor Sam said all slave masters were not horrible people. He said that. This is the people who's teaching our people the Bible, man. It's crazy out here. Y'all, Israel, y'all deserve so much better. Your pastors are dumb dogs. All the tables are covered in vomit, as the scriptures say.
And they quick to say, not my pastor. My pastor not like that. And he just like that because he don't follow the scriptures. Dumb dogs.
That was insensitive to say. It was extremely irresponsible. It proves that the black people that are in charge of our community are a joke and a laughing stock. It proves that the white man does not need to engage us face forward. He doesn't have to. We will destroy each other to love him, to make a statement that all slave masters were not horrible people is to justify the rape, rob, and murder of our families, of our children, of our religion, of our health. And it expresses a deep seated desire to be accepted and to be loved by a white Jesus. If you believe that Jesus is a so-called white man, there is no way you could fix your mouth to go against the white man because your savior is white. Make it even worse if you elevate Jesus Christ to the status of the Most High God, which most of our brothers and sisters do. You now feel like the Most High God is a white man. There is no way that you could be against him in any wise. You can't argue with him. You can't complain about oppression. None of that because you want to be friends with God. And that's what our people are suffering from and going through. And that's the sickness that they have. And the wound is grievous. The whole head is sick. And I don't think there's no remedy. I don't know how we're going to help our brothers in these last days when you have grown adult men. This man probably got children, probably got a family and grandkids that sit on his lap. And he's going to teach them that all slave masters was not horrible people. So you should have been happy to be a slave for certain white folks, is what he's trying to tell you. And if you want to buy into that doctrine, I feel sorry for you, but I'm not going to fight for you to change your mind. All right, you should know better than that in these last days. And if you can't realize and know better than that, then there might be no helping you. You might need to just be put down. I'm being serious. If no hand join in hand, the wicked shall not be unpunished, and anyone who joins themselves to him is going to be thrust through. So you might just need to be thrust through with your oppressor and die with him, so that you can actually finally learn the lesson that he is your enemy, that he hates you and always has, that the society he built was designed to destroy you, and then maybe then you could, in your dying breaths, you could realize that we was your brothers just trying to help you. I yield. If another moderator could you mute me, please? Because I got gloves on. I can't get to my mute button. Unbelievable, this nigga. Man. I can't believe he said that.
It just goes to show, like you said, man, got them people like that are teaching our people. I have not never heard of a slave master that was bad. Shoot, I mean, then being in bondage and slavery, that's already an act of its own that's criminal and that's bad. And let one of the slave, not our slave master was bad. Let one of them slaves try to run off. Come on now. It's just like the other night, I was listening to a discussion about tithing, and they had this one pastor on there, one of the same ones who always, the Old Testament is done away with, but yet you still believe in tithing, and he's tithing his congregation every weekend, every service, you know, and they got to cut him with the script, and he couldn't handle it. He couldn't handle it, lying ass pastors. Now, if I had another pastor try to hit me with that, um, George Washington, oh, he freed all his slaves. No, he did not free all his slaves. Number one, George Washington had false teeth in his mouth, and them teeth that he had were the teeth of the slaves that he kicked out of their mouth. Number one. Number two, when he died, he willed his slaves to his wife, and he told his wife when he died, then she can free them slaves. He never did free them slaves. Period.
Brother still here?
Sir.
Ron Adawan. You missed it, but this dude, Pastor Sam, said all slave masters wasn't bad people. He did. He just now said that all slave masters was not bad people.
Pastor said. The hell is Pastor said, man? He just,
He a Christian
huh?
pastor on. He a Christian pastor on this app that all he do is criticize Hebrew Israelites.
Where is he? He left. He left out.
Adawan. He made another room.
Crazy.
Just like a sucker, talk his shit and then run. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I hate people like that, man. They always want to come and say something, but then don't want to let you address what they say and build on it. You know what I'm saying? To show them the error of their ways. You know, of course, a Christian pastor would say some stupidity like that. Oh, you know, all slave masters wasn't bad. You know, some of them gave us, you know, other things except they let us eat the corn. They even gave us a chicken leg before. Stupid ass Negro.
Silence in the heavens, is it? We're gonna get ready to shut this room down in a little bit, man. I think everybody's in other rooms.
Hey, go ahead and do that. I think brothers is just deep in thought about the nonsense that we got to deal with, and just meditating on that, and just happy to be around each other. So we just chilling in here, man. But this today was a edifying lesson, man. The water for you brothers for the work y'all do every morning. You know what I'm saying? That don't go unnoticed. All right, shalom.
God, shalom. All right, Israel, we getting ready to shut it down in a minute. So, um, if you got anything to add to the topic, speak now or forever hold your peace. Because ain't no telling when we bringing this back up. You know, maybe not, maybe never. You never know. All right, Israel, y'all be cool. Hey, y'all be cool, man. You know what I'm saying? Keep the commandments, keep the faith. Don't be scared to tell the devil he the devil to his goddamn face. And in my out of sight voice. Shalom.